Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never believed in the supernatural until that day in 2004. I still have trouble talking about it, but I need to get this off my chest. I was a firefighter with Station 14 for nearly 20 years, and I've seen some shit. House fires, car wrecks, industrial accidents, you name it. But nothing, and I mean nothing, compares to what happened during that training drill at the abandoned Dimmock Women's Prison. The place had been shut down since the 1970s, but the main structure dated back to the 1800s. It was this massive, imposing sandstone building with tiny windows and walls that seemed to absorb all light. The county used it occasionally for training exercises because the layout was challenging. Narrow corridors, multiple levels, and these old cellar tunnels that honeycombed beneath the main building. It was mid-July. Hot as hell outside. I remember sweating in my turnout gear as we assembled in the parking lot. The sun was beating down, had to be at least 90 degrees, and the humidity made it feel like we were breathing through a wet towel. My crew that day included Jackson, Martinez, Cooper, and this newer guy, Mike Reeves, who'd only been with us about 8 months. Captain Harris briefed us on the drill. Standard search and rescue scenario. We'd practice finding and extracting a downed firefighter in a zero-visibility environment. Mike got picked to be our victim. He didn't seem too bothered. Actually looked kind of relieved he wouldn't have to lug the rescue equipment through the building. I'll never forget watching Mike follow the drill instructor, Sergeant Phelps, into the building. Mike gave us this little salute like, "See you guys in a bit," before disappearing through those heavy metal doors. They were heading to the dungeon level. That's what everyone called the old isolation cells in the lowest level of the prison. The rest of us stayed outside, getting our gear ready. We'd be using blacked-out masks on our SCBA's, self-contained breathing apparatus, to simulate smoke conditions. Jackson was complaining about the heat, saying how he couldn't wait to get into the cool building, if only we'd known. We were maybe 15 minutes into prep when I heard the metal doors slam open. I turned, expecting to see Sergeant Phelps coming out to give us further instructions. Instead, I saw Mike, running, stumbling across the parking lot, his face completely drained of color. His SCBA was half off, hanging from one shoulder, and he wasn't wearing his helmet. At first, I thought it was part of the drill, maybe a new wrinkle Phelps had thrown in. But then I saw Mike's face up close. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated with fear. He was hyperventilating, trying to speak but unable to form words. His hands were shaking so badly he couldn't even grip the water bottle Martinez offered him. "What the hell happened?" Captain Harris demanded. But Mike just shook his head, taking in these huge gulps of air. "There's something," he finally managed, his voice cracking. "There's something fucking down there. It's not normal. It's not fucking normal." We all kind of looked at each other, not sure what to think. Mike wasn't the type to joke around, especially not during drills. He was one of those by-the-book guys, always serious about training. After a few minutes, he calmed down enough to tell us what happened. Phelps had positioned him in one of the old isolation cells, a small room with sandstone walls about 8 by 10 feet. The plan was for Mike to lie on the floor, pretending to be unconscious, while Phelps came back up to guide us through the scenario. "I was just lying there," Mike said, his voice steadier, but still tight with fear. It was dark, but not pitch black. Some light came in from the corridor. I was on my back just waiting when the temperature just dropped. According to Mike, the temperature plummeted in a matter of seconds. Not gradually, not slightly. We're talking a 40 or 50 degree drop. He said it went from cool to freezing almost instantly. I could see my breath, he told us, rubbing his arms at the memory. It was like someone had opened a door to a meat locker. My skin was burning from the cold. That was weird enough, but what happened next was what sent him running. As he was lying there, trying to figure out what could cause such a dramatic temperature change, he felt something grab his shoulder, not a tap or a nudge. A violent, forceful grab that actually lifted his shoulder off the ground. It was like a hand, he said, his eyes fixed on some distant point as he recalled it. But bigger, stronger than any person I've ever felt. The fingers dug in. I can still feel where they pressed. He showed us his shoulder, and sure enough, there were 4 distinct red marks visible through his t-shirt. They looked almost like bruises beginning to form. Mike said he instinctively reached for his flashlight and switched it on, sweeping it around the room. There was nothing there, at least nothing he could see. But he swears he felt a presence, something massive and angry, filling that small space with him. I knew I needed to get out, he said. It wasn't a thought process, it was pure instinct. Every cell in my body was screaming at me to run. By this point, Sergeant Phelps had joined us, looking confused. He confirmed he'd left Mike alone only minutes before, and nothing unusual had happened while he was down there. Now, I've known Mike for years. He's not one for dramatics or ghost stories. He's a practical guy with a mechanical engineering background who approaches problems logically. Seeing him this rattled didn't sit right with any of us. Captain Harris decided we needed to check it out. Part of me thought we'd find a perfectly logical explanation. Maybe an old refrigeration unit had kicked on, or there was some kind of natural phenomenon in the sandstone that could cause temperature fluctuations. Another part of me, though, was deeply uneasy. About 20 of us went back into the building, including guys from other crews who'd been preparing for different drills. We moved through the main floor, down a set of concrete stairs, and then down another flight that led to the dungeon level. The air got noticeably cooler as we descended, but that seemed normal for a basement area. The dungeon level was a network of narrow corridors with isolation cells branching off. The walls were rough-hewn sandstone, discolored with age and dampness. The only light came from our flashlights, casting long shadows that seemed to move on their own. Phelps led us to the cell where he'd left Mike. It was at the end of a corridor, slightly separated from the others. As we approached, I felt the temperature drop dramatically. It wasn't a gradual change. One step I was comfortable, the next I was freezing. Several guys remarked on it simultaneously. "Jesus, you feel that?" Martinez whispered, his breath immediately visible in the beam of his flashlight. The cell itself was small and bare, with just 3 sandstone walls and metal bars making up the 4th. There was nothing inside except dust and a small drain in the center of the floor. Nothing that could explain what Mike had experienced. While we stood there, the temperature continued to drop until it was painful to breathe. The cold had a weight to it, a presence that seemed to press against my skin. My flashlight began to dim, then flicker, though I'd put in fresh batteries that morning. Cooper moved to the center of the cell where Mike had been lying. "There's nothing here," he said, but his voice sounded thin, uncertain. I stepped in behind him, and that's when I felt it. A sensation of being watched that was so intense it made the hair on my arms stand up despite the cold. I swept my flashlight around, half expecting to see someone in the corners, but there was nothing visible. Then Martinez, who was standing just outside the cell, suddenly jerked backwards, slapping at his turnout coat. "Something pulled me," he said, his voice cracking. I felt something tug on my coat, hard. We all backed out of the cell then. None of us willing to admit how badly we wanted to run, just like Mike had. We maintained our composure, walking quickly but deliberately back toward the stairs. I was second to last in line, with only Jackson behind me. As we reached the bottom of the stairs, Jackson called out, "Hold up!" We all turned to see him standing about 10 feet back, staring at something on the wall. He pointed his flashlight at a section of sandstone. "Was this here before?" he asked. We gathered around, and I felt my blood run cold. There, Scratched deep into the sandstone was a crude drawing of what looked like a person lying down, with a larger misshapen figure standing over them. It hadn't been there when we walked in. I'm certain of it. We'd all been scanning the walls with our flashlights on the way in, and nobody had mentioned seeing anything like this. That was enough for Captain Harris. He ordered everyone out immediately, and nobody argued. We climbed the stairs in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The relief when we stepped back into the July heat was overwhelming. The training was cancelled for the day. In the parking lot, we gathered around Mike, who'd been waiting anxiously by the trucks. When we told him about the temperature drop and what Martinez had felt, he just nodded, like he was receiving confirmation of something he already knew. "What about the marks?" I asked him. "Can we see your shoulder again?" Mike pulled down his collar and we all leaned in. The marks were darker now, unmistakably in the pattern of 4 fingers and a thumb. A massive hand that had grabbed him with enough force to leave bruises. The county launched an investigation, checking the building for gas leaks, faulty electrical systems, anything that could explain what happened. They found nothing. The dungeon level was examined by structural engineers who confirmed there was no active cooling system or natural phenomenon that could cause such a rapid temperature drop. A week later, I went back with Captain Harris and a team from the Historical Society who'd heard about the incident. They were interested because they'd been collecting stories about the prison's history. Apparently, in the late 1800s, that particular isolation cell had been used to punish the most difficult women, those who fought back against the guards or tried to escape. According to their records, several women had died in that cell under mysterious circumstances. We didn't find anything unusual during that daytime visit, no temperature drops, no strange markings. But the historian showed us something that made my skin crawl. In their archives, they had a journal kept by a prison doctor from 1879. He had documented the case of a woman who'd been found dead in that cell with what he described as inexplicable contusions resembling a large handprint upon her shoulder. Mike never went back to that building. In fact, he transferred to a different station the following month. Last I heard, he'd left firefighting altogether and moved to another state. I don't know what was in that cell with Mike that day. I don't know what caused the temperature to drop or what scratched that drawing into solid sandstone while we were down there. I don't have an explanation for why the same handprint pattern that marked a woman in 1879 appeared on Mike in 2004. What I do know is that 20-some firefighters, practical, level-headed men and women who deal in reality and facts, all experience something that defies explanation. And not one of us has ever volunteered for a training exercise at Dimmock Prison since. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, freezing cold despite the blankets, with the unshakable feeling that something is watching me from the dark corners of my bedroom. And in those moments, I'm right back in that sandstone cell, feeling whatever presence was there reach out across time, trying to grab hold. Story 2. I've never shared this before, not fully. I tried once when I was little, but nobody believed me. I'm 16 now, and I still can't sleep without my hair tied up or tucked safely under my pillow. I still can't sleep on the edge of any bed. Some things just stay with you, you know? It happened when I was 6. My family wasn't well off, so my brothers and I shared this tiny bedroom in our old house. There was barely enough space for the 3 of us. Me, my twin brother Ethan, and our older brother James, who was 9 at the time. We had this full-sized bed that we all squeezed into. I always got stuck in the middle because I was the smallest. That night started like any other. Mom tucked us in around 8:30. James complained about having to share with babies like he always did, but Mom just kissed his forehead and told him to be a good big brother. I remember I was wearing my favorite pink pajamas with little unicorns on them. My hair was down that night. I usually wore it in braids, but Mom had washed it earlier and it was still a bit damp when bedtime came around. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was always a deep sleeper back then. That's what makes what happened next so weird. Something woke me up in the middle of the night. Not a loud noise or anything. Just this weird feeling. You know when you can feel someone watching you? It was like that. At first I just laid there with my eyes closed, trying to fall back asleep. That's when I felt it. A gentle tug on my hair, not painful, just deliberate. Like when someone wants your attention and they pull your sleeve. Except it was my hair. I thought it was one of my brothers messing with me. Ethan was always playing pranks. So I turned to my right where Ethan was sleeping, but he was completely out. His back to me, making these little snoring sounds he always made. I checked on James on my left, but he was facing the wall, his breathing slow and even. My heart started beating faster. If it wasn't my brothers, then who pulled my hair? I felt another small tug, and this time I knew exactly where it was coming from, the foot of the bed, where my hair was dangling over the edge. I was terrified to look, but I had to know. So I slowly sat up a little and looked toward the end of the bed. What I saw makes me feel sick even now, 10 years later. There was this figure, completely black. Not like a person wearing black clothes, black like when you close your eyes on a moonless night. It was like a hole in the world, a person-shaped absence of everything. The only definition I could make out was this wild, spiky hair, like those emo kids used to wear back then, all sticking up and out in jagged points. The thing was bent over the foot of the bed, like it had been standing, and was now lowering itself to the floor. Its hand, or what I assume was its hand, was still tangled in the ends of my hair. I couldn't see a face. I don't know if it even had one. It was just emptiness in the shape of a person. I tried to scream, but at first nothing came out. My throat closed up from fear. Then finally, I let out this high-pitched shriek that hurt my own ears. The figure jerked back, letting go of my hair, and seemed to sink straight through the floor. My mum came running in seconds later, flipping on the light. My brothers were both startled awake, confused and annoyed. Mom asked what was wrong, looking around the room frantically. By then, whatever I'd seen was gone. There was someone here, I managed to whisper. They were pulling my hair. Mom checked under the bed, in the closet behind the door, everywhere. James rolled his eyes and said I probably just had a nightmare. Ethan was already falling back asleep. See? Nothing here, sweetheart, Mom said, sitting on the edge of the bed. Just a bad dream. But it wasn't a dream. I know what dreams feel like. This was real. The gentle tug on my hair was real. That thing was real. I was too scared to tell her exactly what I'd seen. I had this weird thought that if I described it out loud, if I put it into words, it would somehow make it more real. Like talking about it would invite it back, and next time it might do more than just pull my hair. Mom stayed with me until I fell back asleep, but I kept my hair wrapped tightly around my hand, tucked under my body where nothing could reach it. The next morning, everyone acted like nothing had happened. Mom asked if I slept okay after my nightmare, and my brothers teased me for waking them up. I tried to tell them again that something had been in our room, but they all brushed it off. For the next few days, I was jumpy and terrified of bedtime. I started wearing my hair in a tight bun to sleep, making sure not a single strand could hang over the edge of the bed. I also began sleeping curled up in the very middle of the bed, as far from the edges as possible. About a week after it happened, I tried telling my first-grade teacher, Mrs. Bennett. We were doing this sharing circle thing, and when it was my turn, I said, "Something came into my room and pulled my hair when I was sleeping." The class got quiet. Mrs. Bennett gave me this concerned look and asked me to explain. So I did. I told her about the black figure with the spiky hair and how it disappeared when I screamed. Some kids laughed. Tyler Miller said I was making it up for attention. Mrs. Bennett just patted my shoulder and said, "What a creative imagination you have, Olivia." Then she quickly moved on to the next kid. After school, I overheard her talking to my mum, saying something about night terrors and how they're common at this age. Mom nodded along, glancing at me with a worried expression. But it wasn't a night terror. It wasn't my imagination. It was real. For months after, I became obsessive about bedtime routines. I made Mom check under the bed and in the closet every night. I started sleeping with this little nightlight that projected stars on the ceiling. I never, ever let my hair hang off the bed again. Even after we moved to a different house when I was 8, I kept the same habits. My new room was just mine, no more sharing with my brothers. But that almost made it worse. Now there was no one else in the room with me, no one to scream for if that thing came back. By the time I was 10, I'd convinced myself that maybe, just maybe, it had been a weird hallucination or something. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was half asleep and imagined it. Maybe it was just shadows playing tricks. I wanted so badly to believe that. Then one night when I was 12, I woke up suddenly at 3 in the morning, for no reason, just wide awake. And I had this overwhelming feeling that I needed to check my hair. I reached up and felt that my braid had come loose while I was sleeping. A few strands were hanging off the side of the bed, and though I couldn't see anything in the darkness of my room, I felt it. That same presence from 6 years earlier, that sense of wrongness in the air. I yanked my hair back so fast I hurt my neck. I scrambled to turn on my bedside lamp, heart pounding like it was trying to break through my ribs. There was nothing there, of course, but I didn't sleep the rest of that night, or the next. I started sleeping with my hair in a swim cap for a while after that, which earned me endless teasing from my brothers when they found out. I'm 16 now, and I still can't bring myself to sleep with my hair down. I still can't sleep near the edge of any bed. At sleepovers, my friends think I'm weird because I always take the middle spot if we're sharing a bed, or I push the sleeping bag against the wall if we're on the floor. I've researched shadow people and other phenomena over the years. I've read accounts from other people who've seen similar things. Some say they're interdimensional beings, some say they're demons. Others say they're just sleep paralysis or hallucinations. All I know is what I experienced. All I know is the absolute terror of seeing that featureless black figure with its jagged silhouette, its hand in my hair. All I know is that 10 years later, I still wake up sometimes with that feeling of being watched. I don't know what it wanted from me, why it chose me, why it only pulled my hair instead of doing something worse. Maybe I got lucky. Maybe screaming scared it off before it could do whatever it intended to do. Or maybe it's just waiting. Maybe one night I'll get careless, let my guard down, and I'll feel that gentle tug on my hair again. I still have nightmares about it sometimes. In the dreams, I can't scream. In the dreams, it pulls and pulls, dragging me over the edge of the bed and into some place I can't describe. A place that isn't a place at all, just emptiness and cold and that spiky-haired silhouette coming closer and closer. I wake up from those dreams with my hands clutching my hair protectively. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I've stopped trying to convince people. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that even now, a decade later, I still check under my bed every night. I still sleep with my hair securely tucked away. I still wake up sometimes with the certainty that something is in my room, watching, waiting for me to make a mistake. Some things you just can't forget, no matter how much you want to. Some visitors leave a mark that never really goes away. Story 3: I still get goosebumps thinking about that night. It's been 15 years, and I've never found an explanation that makes sense. I was 12 years old then, the 4th oldest in our family of 9 kids. Yeah, 9 of us. Mom and Dad were Catholic and took the be fruitful and multiply thing pretty seriously. We lived in this old Victorian house in western Pennsylvania. It wasn't fancy or anything, just big enough to fit all of us. My sister Abigail and I shared a room on the second floor at the end of this long hallway. My 3 older siblings had their own rooms, and the 4 younger ones were split between 2 bedrooms across the hall. It was a Tuesday night in October. I remember because we'd just finished this big science project about the solar system, and I was exhausted. After dinner, I just wanted to crash in bed with my Game Boy. Around 9:30, I heard my mom scream, not like an "I saw a spider" scream, but this primal, terrified sound that made my stomach drop. I ran out into the hallway and saw my parents standing at my sister Molly's doorway. Molly was 16 then, the second oldest. Dad's face was white as a sheet, and Mom was covering her mouth with her hand, trembling. "Everyone downstairs now," Dad said in this weird, tight voice I'd never heard before. We all gathered in the living room. Even my oldest brother Jake came back from his friend's house when Dad called him. You could feel the tension, like static electricity before a storm. Dad cleared his throat. "There's blood on Molly's doorframe. A lot of it, at the top." We all started talking at once, but he held up his hand. "I need to know who did this, right now." Nobody said anything. I was confused. Why would any of us smear blood on a doorframe? "This isn't funny," Mom said. Her voice was shaking. "Someone could be hurt. If one of you did this as a prank, you need to tell us now." Molly spoke up. "I didn't even notice it when I went to my room after dinner." Dad took us all upstairs, one by one, to show us. I'll never forget what I saw. Across the top of Molly's doorframe, spanning almost the entire length, were these dark, reddish-brown smears. Not just a few drops. It looked like someone had deliberately run their hand across it, leaving thick, uneven streaks. Some parts were still slightly wet, glistening in the hallway light. The metallic copper smell of blood was unmistakable. "That's a lot of blood," my brother Jake said quietly. Dad nodded. "Too much to be from a nosebleed or small cut." I felt sick looking at it. The smears had this deliberate quality to them, like finger marks dragged across the wood. Whoever, or whatever, had done this wanted it to be seen. "Everyone, show me your hands," Dad demanded. We all held out our hands, front and back. Nothing, no cuts, no dried blood under fingernails, nothing suspicious at all. "Check your sheets, your clothes, everything," Mom said. "If someone's hurt, we need to know." We all scattered to our rooms. I tore through my bed, checking under pillows, inspecting my pajamas and clothes from earlier. Nothing. When we regrouped downstairs 20 minutes later, everyone reported the same. No source of the blood anywhere. That's when Dad got really concerned. See, the thing about Molly's doorframe, about all the doorframes in our house, was how unusually tall they were. The ceilings in that old Victorian were almost 12 feet high, with doorframes reaching almost 8 feet. "Even if one of you wanted to pull a sick prank," Dad said, "I don't see how you could reach that high." To prove his point, he brought the tallest stool from the kitchen and placed it in front of Molly's door. Then he called Jake, who was the tallest of us kids at 5'10". "Try to touch the top of the doorframe," Dad instructed. Jake climbed onto the stool and stretched his arm as high as he could. His fingertips barely brushed the middle of the doorframe, a good 6 inches below where the blood smears started. One by one, Dad had each of us try. Even he and Mom could barely reach the top, and they'd have had to stand on tiptoes on the stool to do it. "So, if none of us could reach it without a ladder," my sister Abigail said slowly, "where did the blood come from?" That's when my little brother Sam, who was only 6, started crying. "Is it a monster? Did a monster put blood on Molly's door?" "There's no such thing as monsters," Dad said automatically, but his voice lacked conviction. Mom suddenly gasped. "The children. We need to check all the children." For the next hour, my parents methodically examined each of us. They checked our scalps, between our toes, inside our ears, anywhere blood might have come from. Nothing. Not a single scratch or cut that could explain it. Dad even got the ladder from the garage and examined the ceiling around Molly's door, thinking maybe the blood had dripped from above. The ceiling was pristine white. Could an animal have gotten in? Jake suggested. Like a bat or something. Dad shook his head. There's no splatter pattern. These are deliberate smears, hand smears. I remember standing in that hallway, staring at those dark streaks, feeling this creeping dread work its way up my spine. The blood almost seemed to pulse in the light, like it was still alive somehow. "Everyone's sleeping in the living room tonight," Mom announced. No one argued. We dragged mattresses downstairs and huddled together like we were camping, except there was nothing fun about it. Dad stayed up all night in his armchair, a baseball bat across his knees. I don't think any of us slept more than a few minutes at a time. The next morning, Dad called in sick to work and sent us all to school except Molly, who refused to go back into her room. While we were gone, he took samples of the blood and scrubbed the door frame until the wood was almost white again. A week later, Dad's buddy, who worked at the hospital, had run some unofficial tests on the blood. What he told us made everything worse. It was human blood, type AB negative. None of us have that blood type, not a single person in our family. In the days that followed, my parents came up with every possible explanation. Maybe someone broke in. Maybe one of us had a friend over who got hurt and decided to play a sick joke. Maybe the blood had been there for years and we somehow never noticed it, even though it was still wet when we found it. The explanations got wilder and more desperate. Dad even suggested that maybe one of us was sleepwalking, but it didn't explain how any of us could reach that high or where so much blood came from without leaving a trace on the person who did it. We never found an answer. 2 months after the incident, we moved. Dad claimed it was because he got a better job offer closer to the city, but I knew the real reason. None of us felt safe in that house anymore. The worst part came the night before we moved. I was packing up my books when Molly came into my room. She looked like she hadn't slept in weeks, with dark circles under her eyes. "I need to tell you something," she whispered. "But you can't tell Mom and Dad." She told me that every night since finding the blood, she'd been hearing scratching sounds above her ceiling around 3 in the morning. Not like mice or squirrels, but deliberate, slow scratches that would move from one end of her ceiling to the other. "And last night," she said, her voice cracking, "I found this." She pulled up her pajama sleeve. On the inside of her forearm were 3 long, thin scratches, like someone had dragged their fingernails across her skin. They weren't deep, but they formed a deliberate pattern, almost like letters, though I couldn't make out what they spelled. "Did you do that to yourself?" I asked, not wanting to believe her. "No," she said, tears welling up. "I woke up with them. Marcus, I think whatever put the blood on my doorframe was trying to mark me somehow. We never told our parents about the scratches. What would be the point? We were leaving the house behind. Years passed and life went on. Most of my siblings don't talk about that night anymore. If it comes up at family gatherings, someone quickly changes the subject. It's like we collectively decided to pretend it never happened. But I can't forget. Sometimes I dream about that doorframe, except in my dreams, the blood forms words or faces. I wake up drenched in sweat, convinced for a few terrifying seconds that there's something in my room, watching me. I've researched similar incidents, spent countless hours on paranormal forums. Nothing quite matches what we experienced. Most blood phenomena are explained by mundane causes. Someone forgot, someone lied, someone played a prank, but not in our case. To this day, I still can't explain how human blood that didn't belong to anyone in our family, appeared high on a doorframe that none of us could reach, leaving no trace of its source. Whatever happened that night followed us in ways I can't quite explain. 3 of my siblings refused to sleep in rooms with doors. 2 others developed severe insomnia. And me? I check the tops of every doorframe I pass through, every single time, because once you've seen something that defies all logical explanation, you never quite stop looking for it to happen again. Story 4. I've debated for years whether to share this experience. Part of me wants to forget it ever happened, but another part needs to talk about it. Even typing this makes my hands shake. This happened when I was 13, during what was supposed to be a typical family summer vacation. We were traveling from Texas to Virginia to visit some relatives, and my mom, being the history buff she is, insisted we make a detour to Gettysburg. "It'll be educational," she said. "You're learning about the Civil War in school next year." Looking back, I wish we'd just driven straight through Pennsylvania without stopping. We arrived in Gettysburg around 4 in the afternoon. It was mid-July, sweltering hot, and the town was packed with tourists. But even with all those people around, something felt off. I remember stepping out of our minivan and immediately feeling uneasy, like someone was watching me. The bed and breakfast my mom had booked was this old 2-story house from the 1800s. The owner, an older lady with grey hair pulled into a tight bun, told us proudly that the house had been standing during the battle and had served as a temporary field hospital. She pointed out to my parents where the original bloodstains had been on the floorboards before they were replaced. I remember thinking that was a weird thing to brag about. Our room was on the 2nd floor, at the end of a narrow hallway. It was small for the 4 of us, me, my little brother Tyler, who was 9, and my parents, 2 double beds, antique furniture, floral wallpaper that was peeling at the corners. The bathroom was tiny with those old pipes that make noise whenever you turn on the faucet. The thing that stands out in my memory is how stuffy it felt. The window AC unit wheezed and rattled, but barely cooled the room. My dad joked that maybe we should sleep outside where it was cooler. We spent the late afternoon walking around some of the battlefield sites. Mom had bought a guidebook and was reading facts about each location. The whole time we were out there, I couldn't shake this feeling of heaviness. It's hard to describe, like the air itself was pressing down on me. Tyler must have felt it too, because he was unusually quiet and kept staying close to Dad. When we passed by a particular field, I remember stopping dead in my tracks. My mom asked what was wrong, but I couldn't explain it. It felt like walking into a wall of something, sadness, anger, I don't know. I just knew I didn't want to go any further. Dad thought I was just tired from the heat. We had dinner at some family restaurant in town where they had Civil War-themed menu items. The whole place was decorated with old photos and replica weapons. I barely ate anything. Something about this town made my stomach knot up. By the time we got back to the B&B, it was almost 9. My parents wanted to watch some documentary about the battle in the common area downstairs, but I was exhausted. Tyler stayed with them while I went up to get ready for bed. Walking up those stairs alone was the hardest thing. Each step creaked, and the hallway seemed longer and darker than it had earlier. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced someone was behind me. When I got to our room, I rushed inside and turned on every light. I took a quick shower, changed into my pajamas, and climbed into the bed furthest from the door. I left the bathroom light on, and the door cracked. Something I hadn't done since I was little. I tried reading a book I'd brought, but couldn't focus on the words. Eventually, I must have dozed off, because the next thing I remember is my family coming in and getting ready for bed. The room was arranged with one bed against the wall under the window, where Tyler and I slept, and the other bed perpendicular to ours, where my parents slept. Tyler fell asleep almost immediately, and soon I could hear my dad's soft snoring. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. There was no real reason for it. No noise, no movement. 1 second I was asleep. The next, I was wide awake, more alert than I'd ever been in my life. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:04. The first thing I noticed was the cold. It was mid-July in an old building with a crappy AC unit but the room was freezing. I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. The second thing I noticed was that I wasn't alone. Someone was standing beside my bed. Every instinct told me to scream, to jump up, to run, but something deeper, something primal, kept me completely still. I kept my eyes closed to narrow slits, just enough to see a dark shape looming over me. It wasn't fully solid, more like a dense shadow with the vague outline of a person. Tall, broad-shouldered male, I think, and it was looking directly at me. I could feel it leaning down, its face inches from mine. There was no breath, no sound at all, but I could sense its presence as clearly as if someone had placed a heavy blanket over me. The air around it seemed to vibrate with hatred, pure, undiluted hatred. It hated me. It hated my family. It wanted us gone. I lay there, trying not to shake, trying not to breathe, as this thing examined me for what felt like eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds. Then it moved away, toward my brother's side of the bed. I couldn't turn my head to look, but I felt the floorboards vibrate slightly as it moved, like someone heavy was walking across them. It paused by Tyler, then moved to my parents' bed. It stood longest by my dad, and even though I couldn't see clearly, I sensed it leaning over him the same way it had done to me. After what seemed like forever, the thing moved back toward my side of the bed. It stood there, so close, I could have reached out and touched it if I'd dared move. The malevolence coming from it was overwhelming, like standing next to an open furnace, except instead of heat, it radiated pure hatred, and then, suddenly, it was gone. Not like it walked away. It just vanished. The temperature in the room gradually returned to normal, and the oppressive feeling lifted. I lay there, rigid with fear, until sunrise. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. When my family started waking up, I pretended I'd just woken up too. I said nothing about what happened. What could I say? That I'd seen a ghost, that some thing had been watching us sleep. They would have thought I was making it up or had a nightmare. At breakfast, the B&B owner asked how we'd slept. My parents said fine. Tyler complained about me hogging the blankets, which I hadn't. They'd been pulled tight around me all night because I was freezing. I just nodded and stared at my plate of eggs that I couldn't bring myself to eat. We spent another day in Gettysburg, touring more of the battlefield. The whole time I felt like something was following us, watching from behind trees or monuments. I kept close to my dad, jumping at every sound. My mom asked if I was feeling sick. I told her I was just tired. That night, we stayed at a different hotel, a modern chain place on the outskirts of town. I was so relieved. Nothing happened there, but I still barely slept, convinced that whatever I'd seen might find us again. We left Gettysburg the next morning. As we drove away, I kept looking back through the rear window until the town disappeared from view. I remember feeling this weight lifting off me with each mile we put between us and that place. For years, I told no one about what happened. I convinced myself it was just my imagination or a particularly vivid nightmare. I refused to look at the photos my mom had taken in Gettysburg or to talk about the trip. Whenever someone mentioned the Civil War or Gettysburg in school, I'd get this cold feeling in the pit of my stomach. About 18 months ago, my mom mentioned planning another family trip now that I'm in college and Tyler's in high school. She suggested a road trip to see historical sites, including Gettysburg. I blurted out, "I'm not going back there, ever." The look on her face wasn't confusion or surprise, it was recognition. After a long pause, she said quietly, "It's because of that thing that was in the hotel room." I saw it too. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes. Then she told me that she'd woken up that night and seen a dark figure moving around our room. She'd been too terrified to move or speak, thinking it might be an intruder. But when it moved through the solid footboard of their bed to get closer to my dad, she realized it wasn't human. She'd never mentioned it, because she didn't want to scare me or Tyler, and because part of her didn't want to admit what she'd seen. We talked for hours that day. She admitted she'd felt the same heaviness I had at certain spots on the battlefield. She'd written it off as the emotional weight of standing where so many had died. I don't know what we encountered in Gettysburg. Was it a soldier who still patrols his post? Someone who died in that house when it was a field hospital, or something darker that was never human to begin with? All I know is that it recognized us as outsiders, as intruders, and it wanted us gone from what it still considered its territory. I will never go back to Gettysburg. Whatever is there, it's still waiting, and I don't think it forgets a face. Story 5. I've never shared this story publicly before. It happened when I was 16, back in 1999, and to this day, I still get goosebumps just thinking about it. I've tried explaining it to myself 1,000 different ways, but nothing makes sense. This is 100% true, even though I know it sounds crazy. I grew up in Pinecrest, one of those cookie-cutter suburban neighborhoods where all the houses looked pretty much the same. My parents had bought our place about a year before this happened. It was a fixer-upper, and my dad was constantly working on something around the house. That summer was brutally hot, and our AC was temperamental at best. My bedroom was on the second floor, facing the backyard. The window in my room was old and didn't open all the way, maybe 6 inches at most, but it was enough to let in some air on those suffocating summer nights. Our backyard was a mess back then. Dad had stacked a bunch of construction materials, mostly wooden boards, some plywood sheets and other stuff, against the chain-link fence that separated our yard from the neighbors. It wasn't exactly pretty, but my parents kept promising they'd finish the renovations soon. The night it happened started like any other. I remember it was a Wednesday because I'd been complaining to my mom about having to mow the lawn the next day. I went to bed around 11, wearing just a pair of basketball shorts because of the heat. I left my window cracked open as usual and fell asleep almost immediately. I don't know what woke me up. There wasn't any noise that I can recall. No dream that startled me awake. Nothing like that. 1 second I was asleep, and the next my eyes just opened. But something was very wrong. The first thing I noticed was the ceiling. It was way too close, like inches from my face close. At first I thought I was dreaming, or still half asleep, so I blinked a few times, trying to clear my vision. But the ceiling was still there, right in front of me. That's when I realized I wasn't lying in my bed anymore. I was floating. Actually fucking floating, suspended about 4 inches from the ceiling. I could see the popcorn texture of the ceiling so clearly, every little bump and ridge. I even noticed a tiny crack I'd never seen before, running along the corner where the ceiling met the wall. I didn't feel anything physically unusual, no weird sensations, no pain. I just felt normal, except I was defying gravity. I wasn't spinning or moving, just hovering there parallel to the ceiling like someone had pressed pause while I was floating upward. The panic hit me all at once. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I tried to move my arms, my legs, anything, but I couldn't. I wasn't exactly paralyzed. It was more like my body wasn't receiving the signals my brain was desperately sending. And then, without warning, I felt myself being pulled backward. Not falling, being pulled. Like some invisible force had grabbed me and was dragging me down. In less than a second, I was back in my bed, landing with this soft thud that seemed impossibly quiet, considering what had just happened. I lay there, completely rigid, my eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling that was now where it should be, about 8 feet above me. My body was drenched in cold sweat despite the heat, and I couldn't move a muscle. Not from paralysis this time, but from pure, undiluted fear. That's when I noticed it. In the corner of my room near the ceiling, there was this thing. It's so hard to describe even after all these years. It was like a cloud, but dense and swirling, grey, but not like smoke. More like when you mix paint and water and watch it curl and twist. It didn't have a definite shape, but it wasn't formless either. It just existed there, pulsing slightly, about the size of a basketball. The moment I became aware of it, something changed. It was like it suddenly realized I could see it. The swirling got faster, more agitated. I swear to God, it felt like it was looking at me, even though it didn't have eyes or anything resembling a face. What happened next is still crystal clear in my mind. The cloud thing shot across the room, not floated, not drifted, but shot directly over my bed. It moved so fast, it was almost a blur, heading straight for my partially open window. I watched, completely frozen, as it squeezed through that 6-inch gap and disappeared outside. The second it went through the window, there was this sound from the backyard. Not an explosion exactly, but close, like someone had taken all those boards and pieces of wood that were stacked against the fence and thrown them with incredible force. I heard them crashing and scattering, some hitting the side of the house, others landing who knows where. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to my heart pounding in my ears, until the first light of dawn started filtering through my window. Only then did I find the courage to get up. When I looked outside, our backyard was a disaster zone. The wooden boards and plywood sheets that had been neatly stacked against the fence were now scattered everywhere. Some in our yard, some in the neighbors. It looked like a small tornado had hit just that specific spot. A few pieces had even landed on the back porch, a good 20 feet from where they'd been stacked. I never told my parents what really happened. When they saw the mess, I mumbled something about a storm during the night. They seemed confused. There hadn't been any storms forecast, but they didn't question it too much. Dad was just annoyed he had to clean everything up before he could continue working on the house. Here's the part that still freaks me out the most. I somehow knew, with absolute certainty, that the entity, or whatever it was, needed the window to be open to escape. It's not like it told me this, or I read it somewhere. I just knew it, like it was information that had been downloaded directly into my brain. I knew that if my window had been closed that night, things would have gone very differently, and not in a good way. For weeks afterward, I slept with my window firmly shut, despite the heat. I'd wake up multiple times each night, scanning the corners of my ceiling, terrified I'd see that grey, swirling cloud again. I started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed, though what good it would have done against something like that, I have no idea. The crazy thing is, nothing like this has ever happened to me before or since. No paranormal experiences, no other unexplainable events. Just this one night that has haunted me for 24 years. I've tried to rationalize it in every possible way. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, but that doesn't explain the scattered wood outside. An extremely vivid dream, same problem. Some kind of hallucinatory episode combined with a freak windstorm. Seems like too much of a coincidence. A few years ago, I read about out-of-body experiences and how some people report floating above themselves during these events. That's the closest explanation I've found, but it still doesn't account for the grey entity or the explosion of wood outside my window. What bothers me most is that I'll probably never know what really happened that night. Was it something supernatural? Some kind of entity or spirit? Was I somehow briefly caught between dimensions or realities, or is there some perfectly logical explanation that I just haven't thought of? One detail I've never been able to shake is how calm I felt while floating. The panic only set in after I was pulled back down. While I was up there near the ceiling, there was this weird sense of, I don't know, acceptance, like some part of me understood what was happening, even if my conscious mind didn't. I've moved 6 times since then. I'm married now, with kids of my own. We live in a different state, in a house that's nothing like the one I grew up in. But I still check the corners of my ceiling before I go to sleep. I still feel a chill when I think about that swirling grey cloud, and how it seemed to notice me noticing it. And I always sleep with the windows closed, no matter how hot it gets. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there somewhere, that entity. If it moved on to something or someone else after it left my room, or if it's somehow tied to me specifically, waiting for the right moment, the right open window, to return. I don't have answers. All I know is that what happened that night was the most real, unreal thing that's ever happened to me, and even after 24 years, I can't explain it. I probably never will. Dun-dum. Story 6. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened after my cousin Vikram died last year. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and honestly, I've been afraid that talking about it might make things worse, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore, so here goes. Vikram and I grew up together in our small town in Tamil Nadu. We were more like brothers than cousins. When I got the call that he was in his final hours after a 2-year battle with cancer, I dropped everything and rushed to be by his side. I reached the hospital around 4 in the afternoon. The smell hit me as soon as I walked into his room. That antiseptic hospital odor mixed with something else, something I now recognize as the approach of death. Vikram looked nothing like the strong, vibrant man I remembered. His face was sunken, skin stretched tight over his cheekbones, eyes closed as he labored to breathe. His mother, my aunt, was sitting beside him, exhausted from weeks of barely sleeping. When she saw me, she just nodded and stepped out to get some tea, leaving me alone with him. I took her place in the plastic chair and gently took his hand. His fingers were cold and so thin I could feel every bone. "I'm here, Bai," I whispered, using our childhood nickname for each other. "I'm right here with you." For about an hour, I just sat there, sometimes talking softly about memories we shared, sometimes just holding his hand in silence. Around 5:30, he started getting more agitated, his breathing becoming more labored. I pressed the call button, and a nurse came in to check his vitals. "It won't be long now," she said quietly, before leaving us alone again. What happened next is something they don't really prepare you for. As Vikram's body began shutting down, he lost control of his bowels. The smell was immediate and overwhelming in the small room. But I didn't call the nurse right away. Something told me not to leave him, not even for a second. Instead, I held his hand tighter and leaned in close. "It's okay, Bai. You can let go now. We'll be okay." At 5:47, he took one final rattling breath and then nothing. The silence was deafening. I sat there for a few minutes, still holding his hand, before finally getting up to tell the nurse and my aunt. The next 24 hours were a blur of phone calls, arrangements, and rituals. In our community, cremation happens quickly, usually within a day. By the next afternoon, we were preparing Vikram's body for the final journey to the cremation grounds about 2 kilometers from his home. I was one of the 6 men chosen to carry his body. As we were lifting him onto the bamboo stretcher, I noticed some of the mess from his final moments had dried on the sheet. In the process of moving him, my forearm brushed against it. I noticed it, but didn't have time to clean it properly. We needed to get to the cremation grounds before sunset. As we carried him through the narrow streets of our town, people stepped aside respectfully. Some joined the procession. Others watched silently from doorways. I was at the front right corner of the stretcher, and as we walked, I began noticing a smell. Not just the normal smell of a body, but something sharper, more pungent. At first, I thought it was coming from Vikram, but it seemed to intensify specifically when I got closer to the cremation pyre. By the time we reached the grounds, the smell was so overwhelming I was breathing through my mouth. We placed his body on the pyre, and the priest began the rituals. Throughout the ceremony, I kept getting whiffs of that smell, much stronger than it should have been. I glanced down at my arm and noticed the stain from earlier. Somehow, in the humid heat, it seemed to have grown more noticeable. After his eldest son lit the pyre, we all stepped back to watch. The smoke billowed up, carrying Vikram's spirit away, according to our beliefs. I stood there until my eyes stung, partly from tears, partly from the smoke. When it was time to leave, I noticed a small stream running near the cremation grounds and went to wash my arm. I scrubbed at the spot vigorously, wanting to remove every trace of it. The water was cool against my skin, but even after washing, I could still detect that smell faintly on myself. I splashed water on my face, trying to clear my head before the journey home. It was around 7:30 in the evening when I finally started my ride back. I lived about 20 kilometers away, and though I was emotionally drained, I wanted to get home rather than stay with relatives. Normally, the roads would be busy with people returning from work, shops still open, street food vendors setting up for the evening rush. But that night, everything seemed unnaturally quiet. The first part of my journey was uneventful. I passed through 2 villages where at least there were some signs of life. A few people sitting outside their homes, the occasional vehicle passing by. But as I got onto the coastal road that ran alongside the beach for about 5 kilometers, an eerie emptiness settled in. The streetlights were functioning, but there was no traffic, no pedestrians, not even stray dogs that usually roamed the area. About 13 kilometers into my journey, I was riding along this beach stretch when I noticed something by the roadside. At first glance, it looked like a person lying down, perhaps 50 meters ahead. My first thought was that it might be a drunk or someone who'd passed out from drugs. It wasn't uncommon to find fishermen drinking after a long day at sea. I slowed down slightly but decided not to stop. It wasn't safe to pull over on such a deserted stretch, especially after dark. As I approached and then passed the figure, something strange happened. That same unbearable stench from the funeral suddenly returned, hitting me with such force that I nearly lost control of my bike. It wasn't just strong. It felt invasive, like it was being forced up my nostrils, down my throat, filling my lungs. I accelerated, thinking I could outrun it, but the smell only intensified. Then I saw it. In the middle of the road, about 20 meters ahead, stood a black figure. Even in the glow of my headlight, it seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. It was short, barely reaching my waist if I had been standing next to it. Something about its proportions was wrong. It wasn't a child or a dwarf. It wasn't anything I could recognize as human. Everything inside me screamed danger. Some primal instinct told me not to stop, not to slow down, not even for a second. I gripped the throttle tighter and aimed straight ahead, planning to swerve at the last moment if necessary. As I got closer, the figure remained motionless. The stench became so powerful I could taste it at the back of my throat, that same death smell from Vikram's final moments, but 100 times stronger. Just as I was about to reach it, doing about 90 kilometers per hour, I swerved slightly to the right. I didn't look directly at it as I passed. I couldn't bring myself to. But from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of something that wasn't right. No face, just darkness where features should be. The moment I passed it, I heard something behind me. Not footsteps exactly, more like a rapid shuffling, scraping sound. Whatever it was following me, and somehow, impossibly, keeping pace with my motorcycle. My blood turned to ice. I was pushing my bike to its limits, the engine screaming in protest, but the shuffling sound remained constant, right behind me. I refused to look back. Every instinct told me that seeing it clearly would be even worse than imagining it. For the next 7 kilometers, I rode in a state of pure terror. My knuckles were white on the handlebars, my body rigid with fear. The shuffling sound never faltered, never fell behind. The stench remained, surrounding me like a toxic cloud. When I finally reached the turnoff to my street, the sound abruptly stopped. I didn't slow down until I reached my house, practically falling off my bike in the driveway. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. I fumbled with my keys, dropped them twice before managing to unlock my door, and slammed it shut behind me. Safe inside, I collapsed against the door, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. For several minutes I just sat there, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it all. Stress, grief, exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. When I finally calmed down enough to move, I went straight to the bathroom to wash my face. As I raised my arm to turn on the tap, I froze. There, on my forearm, exactly where I had washed away the stain from Vikram's body, was the same dark smear. It wasn't possible. I had scrubbed it clean at the stream. I had seen it wash away, but there it was, and with it that unmistakable smell of death. I scrubbed my arm raw that night, used nearly half a bottle of soap, but the smell lingered. It faded over the next few days, but never completely disappeared. It's been 11 months now, and things have only gotten stranger. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night to find shadows moving across my ceiling, where no shadows should be. The smell returns randomly, while I'm at work, sitting in a restaurant riding my bike, hitting me with such force that I gag. I've had nightmares so vivid I wake up drenched in sweat, the sheets twisted around me like I've been fighting something in my sleep. Last week, I caught a glimpse of something small and dark, moving just at the edge of my vision. When I turned to look, nothing was there. But that smell, that unmistakable smell, filled the room. I don't know what followed me home that night. I don't know if it was something attached to Vikram, or something that found me because of him. All I know is that ever since that ride home from his funeral, I haven't been alone, and whatever it is, it's getting bolder. Story 7. I'm still struggling to come to terms with what happened in our house last month. I've never been someone who remembers dreams. My wife Sarah always talks about hers over breakfast, while I usually just shrug and say I don't recall anything. That changed about a month ago when the nightmares started. The first time it happened, I woke up drenched in sweat around 3 in the morning. My heart was pounding so hard I could actually hear it. Sarah was still sound asleep next to me, but I couldn't shake this overwhelming feeling of dread. I remembered the dream so vividly. I was standing in our bedroom doorway looking down our hallway when I saw something. It's hard to describe without sounding crazy. It looked human, but wrong in every possible way. Its body was skeletal, like someone who'd been starving for months. The skin was this sickly pale white color, stretched so tight over its frame you could see every bone. But the worst part was its face. Those eyes were completely black. No whites, no iris, just 2 black holes staring back at me, and the way it moved, Jesus. It crawled on all 4s, but not like a baby or an animal. It moved fast, scuttling along the wall with these long, sharp-pointed fingers that seemed to dig into the drywall. In the dream, I chased after it. I don't know why. In real life, I'd run the other direction. But Dream Me followed it down the hallway, getting closer and closer until I woke up. I didn't tell Sarah about it the next morning. It was just a nightmare, right? But then it happened again the next night. Exact same dream. Same creature, same hallway, same chase. And again, I woke up just as I was about to catch it. After the 3rd night in a row, I finally told Sarah. She looked concerned, but tried to play it off. Maybe you're stressed about work, she suggested. I am stressed about work, but this felt different. This felt personal somehow. The dreams continued every single night. Sometimes the creature would look back at me while crawling, its neck twisting at an impossible angle. Other times, it would be scratching at our spare bedroom door. But it was always in our hallway, always the same entity, and I always woke up before catching it. After about 2 weeks of this, Sarah started to get worried. I wasn't sleeping well, jumping at shadows during the day. I found myself avoiding our hallway at night, taking the long way around through the living room to get to the bathroom. I felt ridiculous, but I couldn't help it. Maybe we should sage the house, Sarah suggested one evening. She's more into that spiritual stuff than I am. But at that point, I was willing to try anything. We bought some sage bundles from this New Age shop downtown. and walked through every room, waving smoke into corners while Sarah recited some cleansing prayer she found online. That night, I went to bed feeling hopeful. Maybe the sage had worked. Maybe I'd finally get a decent night's sleep. I didn't. The dream started the same way. Me in the doorway, the creature in the hallway. But this time, something was different. The thing seemed angry. It moved more erratically, its head twitching and fingers scratching deeper into the wall, leaving visible marks. And when it looked back at me, its mouth opened far wider than any human mouth should, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. In the dream, I chased it like always, but this time, as it reached the end of the hallway, I lunged forward and actually caught it. My hand closed around its ankle, which felt ice-cold and somehow wrong, like grabbing a dead thing. It turned to look at me, and then, according to Sarah, I let out the most horrific scream she's ever heard. She said it didn't even sound human. This deep, guttural noise that jolted her awake. She shook me until I woke up, but here's the weird part. I have absolutely no memory of what happened after I caught the creature. The dream just stops there, like someone cut the film, and I have no recollection of screaming. The next few nights, the dream stopped. I thought maybe whatever was happening had finally ended. Sarah and I even joked about it over dinner. "Maybe you scared the nightmare monster away with your banshee scream," she said. Then came the night that changed everything. We were in bed around 11:30, watching some stupid reality show on Netflix. Our dog, Max, was curled up at the foot of the bed like always. Suddenly he raised his head and stared at our closed bedroom door, the one that leads to the hallway from my nightmares. At first, I didn't think much of it. Max sometimes hears the neighbors or animals outside, but then he stood up, the fur on his back rising, and started growling. I've had Max for 6 years, and I've never heard him make a sound like that. This deep, rumbling growl that seemed to come from his entire body. Sarah muted the TV. "What's wrong with him?" she whispered. Max stepped forward, still growling, eyes fixed on the door. Then he barked. 3 sharp, aggressive barks that made both of us jump. I got out of bed and grabbed the baseball bat I keep under my side of the bed. Sarah thinks it's paranoid, but in that moment, she didn't say a word as I gripped it tightly. "David, be careful," she whispered as I approached the door. Max was going absolutely ballistic now, alternating between growling and barking. I stood there for what felt like forever, my hand on the doorknob, the bat raised in my other hand. Part of me didn't want to open that door. Part of me knew, just knew, that the thing from my dreams would be right there, crawling along our hallway wall with those black eyes staring at me. Sarah had turned on the bedside lamp, and I could see her terrified face in my peripheral vision. Max was now positioned between her and the door, like he was trying to protect her. "I'm going to open it," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Sarah nodded, her phone in her hand, ready to call 911. I counted to 3 in my head, then yanked the door open and raised the bat. What happened next is something I still can't explain. The hallway was filled with this impossibly bright white light, like someone had set off a flashbulb right in my face. It was blinding, but it didn't hurt my eyes. It felt, I don't know how to describe it, clean, pure. Those words sound ridiculous, but that's what it felt like. The light lasted maybe 2 seconds, then vanished, leaving our normal dark hallway. I fumbled for the light switch and flipped it on, bat still raised, expecting to see something. But the hallway was empty, just our normal hallway with its beige walls and family photos. The strangest part? Max immediately stopped growling. He actually wagged his tail and trotted into the hallway like nothing had happened, sniffing around casually. Sarah and I searched the entire house, closets, under beds, behind furniture. Nothing was disturbed. No windows or doors were open. Everything was exactly as we'd left it when we went to bed. We barely slept that night, sitting up with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. But nothing else happened, and I haven't had the nightmare since. Here's where it gets even weirder. A few days later, Sarah and I were trying to make sense of what happened. I mentioned that the creature in my dreams seemed familiar somehow, but I couldn't place why. Then it hit me. About 3 years ago, shortly after we moved into this house, I saw something outside our kitchen window one night. I was up late, getting a glass of water, when I glanced out the window above the sink and saw a face. Just for a split second, a pale white face peering in. I'd convinced myself it was just a reflection or my tired mind playing tricks. But now I realized it was the same face from my nightmares, the same sickly white skin, the same black eyes. I hadn't connected the two until that moment. When I told Sarah, she got chills. "Do you think it's been here the whole time?" she asked. The thought makes my skin crawl. We've talked a lot about what the white light could have been. Sarah believes it was some kind of guardian angel or protective spirit. I'm not usually one for supernatural explanations, but I can't come up with anything better. Whatever it was, it felt benevolent, like it was driving away the thing from my nightmares. It's been a month now with no dreams, no growling from Max, no strange feelings in the hallway, but I still find myself avoiding it at night, and sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I think I see movement along the wall. Just a flicker, like something darting out of sight. We've talked about moving, but houses are expensive, and we can't afford to just pick up and leave. So we're staying, at least for now. I keep the baseball bat closer than ever, and we've installed more lights in the hallway. I don't know what was in our house, or if it's truly gone. I don't know what the white light was. All I know is that something was here, something that could somehow enter my dreams, something that terrified our dog. And I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there somewhere, waiting. I still can't remember what happened in that dream when I finally caught it. Maybe that's for the best. Story 8. I've been putting off writing this for months because honestly, I'm still not sure how to process what happened. I guess I need to get it out though, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or has some kind of explanation that makes sense. Because nothing about this makes sense to me. This happened about 7 months ago when my fiancé James and I were living with our roommate Kevin in Oak Vale. It's this small Midwestern town where nothing ever happens, which makes what we experienced even more unsettling. It was a Tuesday night, nothing special about it. James and I had smoked a little weed earlier in the evening, but that was hours before, like around 6 p.m., and this happened closer to 11. I mention this because it's the only rational explanation we could come up with later, but it doesn't really explain anything. We were just hanging out in our bedroom watching this Korean drama on Netflix. It was about this fake shaman who scams people or something. I can't even remember the name of it now because I'll never watch it again. James was half asleep next to me, and I was getting pretty drowsy too. Our roommate Kevin was in his room next door playing some shooting game. I could hear the faint sounds of gunfire through the wall. I remember my eyes feeling heavy, and I was about to suggest we call it a night when it happened. It didn't build gradually. 1 second everything was normal, and the next it was like we'd been dropped straight into hell. I heard screaming, not like movie screaming or even like someone being hurt, but something so much worse. It sounded like hundreds of people burning alive, wailing in absolute agony. The screams had this depth to them that I can't describe properly. It was like they were coming from somewhere impossibly deep beneath us. At the same time, I felt the bed shaking violently under me. Not like an earthquake exactly, more like the ground itself was convulsing. I couldn't see anything, just pitch blackness, but I could feel everything. The heat was overwhelming, pressing against my skin, making it hard to breathe. And there was this smell, like burning flesh and sulfur. I started screaming too. I couldn't help it. I was terrified in a way I've never experienced before or since. It was pure, primal fear. I felt frozen, like my body was locked in place while my mind experienced this horror. The weirdest part, James was experiencing the exact same thing. I didn't know it at the time, but he was seeing and feeling exactly what I was. He started screaming at the same moment I did, but unlike me, he managed to move. He jumped up from the bed and started running toward our bedroom door in a blind panic. I just sat there, paralyzed, still screaming. I don't know how long it lasted, probably only seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Then suddenly it stopped. The screaming cut off, the shaking stopped, and I could see our bedroom again. The Netflix show was still on our laptop, stuttering, playing for a second, then freezing, then playing again. James was standing by the door, breathing hard and looking terrified. I was still sitting on the bed, my throat raw from screaming. We just stared at each other, both of us trying to process what had just happened. Then we heard Kevin pounding on our door. "What the fuck is going on? Are you guys okay? Open the door." He sounded panicked. James opened the door, and Kevin burst in holding his gun. He looked around the room frantically like he was expecting to find an intruder. When he saw it was just us, looking shaken but physically fine, he lowered the gun. "What the hell happened?" "I heard screaming that sounded like bloody murder," he said. James and I looked at each other, neither of us sure how to explain. How do you tell someone you just experienced hell? "I don't know," I finally managed to say. My voice was shaking. "We were watching this show and then... I don't know what happened." Kevin stayed with us for a while as we tried to calm down. We noticed the laptop keyboard was stuck, making the show stutter. At first we thought maybe that had something to do with it, like maybe there was a scene with screaming that got caught in a loop. But when we checked the episode, there was nothing like that, just normal drama stuff. After Kevin went back to his room, James and I sat in silence for a long time. Finally he turned to me and asked, "Did you hear the screaming?" I nodded. "And feel the shaking, like the ground was moving?" I nodded again. "And it was dark but hot, like burning hot?" Each question made my stomach sink further. He was describing exactly what I had experienced. Exactly. James is more religious than I am. He was raised Catholic, and though he's not super practicing now, he still believes. That night, he was convinced that something supernatural had happened, that maybe watching that show about shamans had opened some kind of doorway. It sounds ridiculous typing it out, but sitting there in the dark, still feeling the echo of those screams in my ears, it didn't seem so far-fetched. I tried to be more rational. I thought about the weed we'd smoked earlier, wondering if maybe it had been laced with something. But we'd smoked hours before, and both felt completely normal until that moment. And how could we both hallucinate the exact same thing at the exact same time? We didn't sleep at all that night. We kept all the lights on and just sat there, talking in low voices, jumping at every little sound. I kept thinking I could still hear those screams, just at the edge of my hearing. The next day, we were zombies. I called in sick to work, and James did too. We tried to research shared hallucinations or night terrors, but nothing we found matched what we'd experienced. Most shared experiences happen when one person suggests something to another, or when there's a carbon monoxide leak or something physical causing delusions. But this was so specific, so intense, and so synchronized. Kevin confirmed that our screams had started at exactly the same moment. He said he'd never heard anything like it, said it sounded like we were being murdered. He thought someone had broken in through our window or something. That's why he grabbed his gun. It's been 7 months now, and I still don't have an explanation. James and I have been to therapy, separately and together. We've had our apartment checked for gas leaks, mold, carbon monoxide, everything. We've even had our brain scanned to rule out seizures or other neurological issues. Nothing. The experience changed us. I can't hear screaming now, even in movies, without having a panic attack. James refuses to watch anything supernatural or related to shamanism. We moved out of that apartment 2 months after it happened, but the memory came with us. What freaks me out the most is how synchronized it was. We experience the exact same hallucination with the same sensory details at the exact same moment. How is that even possible? Sometimes I wonder if we actually glimpsed something real. Not hell in the religious sense necessarily, but some kind of parallel dimension or reality that we weren't supposed to see. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I'd rather have a rational explanation, but I've run out of those. We've talked to a few paranormal researchers, but most of them seem more interested in turning our experience into content for their YouTube channels than actually helping us understand what happened. One suggested that the K-drama about the shaman might have been filmed in a location with a dark history, and somehow that energy transferred through the screen. Another thought that James and I might be more sensitive than most people, and picked up on something that was always there but usually imperceptible. None of these explanations feel right. They feel like reaching, like people trying to make sense of something that defies explanation. I still dream about it sometimes. In the dreams, I can see more than I could that night. I see flames and twisted figures writhing in agony. I see a vast cavern stretching down forever. I wake up sweating and gasping for air, convinced I can smell sulfur. James has the same dreams. We don't watch Korean dramas anymore. We don't watch Netflix in bed. We sleep with a light on. These are the small adjustments we've made to try to feel normal again. But the question still hangs between us. What really happened that night? I've read stories of shared psychotic disorders, of mass hysteria, of temporary psychosis triggered by stress or lack of sleep. None of them fit. We weren't stressed beyond normal everyday stuff. We weren't sleep deprived. We weren't suggestible to each other's thoughts. It happened simultaneously, without warning. Sometimes I find myself wondering if it will happen again, if whatever door opened that night is still open somewhere, waiting for us to drift close enough to fall through. That thought keeps me up more nights than I'd like to admit. So that's my story. I still don't have an explanation. James and I are still together, still planning our wedding, still trying to move on. But part of me is always listening for those screams, always worried that the ground beneath me might start to shake again, always wondering what really lies beneath the surface of the reality we think we know. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I'm not even sure what I'm looking for anymore. Validation that I'm not crazy, I guess. Or maybe just the comfort of knowing we're not alone in whatever this was. Story 9. I've never really told this story in full before. It's hard to explain to people who haven't grown up like I did. They either think you're making it up, or they get that look in their eyes like they're worried about your mental health. But this was my reality growing up, and it still is whenever I visit home. I grew up in a house that's been in my family since 1903. My great-great-grandfather built it himself. It's not a mansion or anything fancy, just a 2-story farmhouse with too many nooks and creaky floorboards that have witnessed 5 generations of my family living, dying, and apparently sticking around. The first incident I know of happened when I was just a baby. My dad would put me down for naps in my crib, leave the room for literally 2 minutes to grab something, and come back to find me on the floor. Not crying, not hurt, just lying there like someone had carefully placed me down. This happened several times. They checked the crib, thinking maybe the side was faulty, but it was solid. Eventually, my dad stayed in the doorway one time watching and swears he saw the crib physically move away from the wall before I somehow ended up on the floor. They started using a playpen after that. As I got older, the weird stuff just became normal to us. My brother Jake and I shared a room until I was about 11. We'd both regularly wake up to see silhouettes standing at the foot of our beds or by the closet. Not scary shadow monsters or anything, just people-shaped figures watching us. One was always wearing this old-fashioned hat, kind of like a fedora but wider brimmed. Years later, we found a photo of my great-grandfather wearing that exact same hat. Jake had it worse than me in some ways. He'd constantly complain about feeling someone sit on his bed at night and rub his back. He said it felt like a woman's hand, small and gentle. I never experienced that myself, but our sisters in the room across the hall said they always felt like they were being watched while they slept. My youngest sister Ellie would have these long conversations with someone she called Grammy Jean, who died 20 years before Ellie was born. I was about 9 when things started getting more intense. One afternoon, Jake and I were making silly faces in the hallway mirror, you know, typical kid stuff, when we both froze. In the reflection, we could see the staircase behind us, and sitting on one of the steps was a single boot. Just one brown leather work boot sitting there like someone had left it. We both turned around at the same time, but there was nothing on the stairs. When we looked back at the mirror, the boot was gone. That same year, I started hearing voices, not in my head. I'm not talking about that kind of thing. I'd hear actual conversations coming from empty rooms, not clear enough to make out words, more like the murmur of people talking, just quiet enough that you can't quite hear what they're saying. I'd go investigate, thinking my parents had company, only to find empty rooms. The objects moving, though, that was the hardest to rationalize away. A pencil would suddenly shoot across my desk while I was doing homework. Once, a small cardboard box flew off the shelf in the living room and hit my dad in the back. He thought one of us kids had thrown it until he saw our faces and realized we were all as shocked as he was. Books were the worst. We had these built-in bookshelves in the living room, filled with old family photo albums and books that had been passed down. At least once a month, we'd hear a thud and find a book on the floor several feet from the shelf, not like it had fallen, like it had been thrown. One time, my mum's favorite cookbook landed open to a specific recipe that she'd been trying to remember earlier that day. The headphone incident is one I still can't explain. I was 14 and had saved up for a nice pair of over-ear headphones. I definitely left them on my bedroom floor one night. Yeah, I was a messy teenager. The next morning, they were sitting on my dresser, the cord neatly coiled in a perfect circle. My room was on the second floor, and I know nobody came in during the night. My door has this specific creak that would wake me up instantly, but the apparitions, those are what really stick with me. When I was 12, I woke up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. My bedroom door was always left slightly ajar to let some hallway light in. As I was lying there trying to convince myself to brave the cold floor, I saw a woman walk past my door through the crack. She was wearing what looked like an old nightgown, long and flowing. I figured it was my mom checking on us kids, but then the woman slowly turned her head toward my door and looked directly at me through the crack. Her face was similar to my mom's, but definitely not her. Older somehow, with this intense stare that didn't feel threatening, just curious. Then she continued down the hall and disappeared. The next morning, I described what I'd seen to my dad, and his face went completely white. He said he'd seen the same woman multiple times over the years, and from photos, we think it was my great-grandmother Emma. My sister Ellie had the scariest experience when she was about 13. She was up late reading in her bedroom, which faces the front of the house. She happened to look up at her window and saw a man's face staring in at her. We're on the first floor, but still, this would mean someone was standing on the stone porch. She screamed, and the figure darted away. My dad ran outside within seconds, but found nobody. The weird part, Ellie said she never heard footsteps on the porch, which is impossible. Those stones make noise no matter how carefully you walk on them. And there was frost that night that would have shown footprints. There were none. The typical haunted house stuff happened too. Doors that were firmly shut would slowly swing open. We'd hear knocking sounds from inside walls. The TV in the living room would turn on by itself, always to static or to channels we didn't have. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain rooms, especially the formal dining room we rarely used. I think what made it all more intense was the connection to our family history that was everywhere. There's a small family cemetery about 200 yards behind the house where generations of my ancestors are buried. We have furniture they built, quilts they stitched, and photos of them on the walls. Their possessions are still in use. I did my homework at my great-grandfather's desk, using my grandmother's fountain pen. As a teenager, I went through a phase where I tried to communicate with them. I'd sit in the attic surrounded by old trunks and ask questions, hoping for some kind of response. Sometimes I'd get one, a knock or a sudden cold spot. Once, a music box that hadn't worked in decades suddenly started playing for about 10 seconds before stopping. When I was 17, I had friends over while my parents were out for the evening. We were hanging out in the living room when everyone suddenly got really quiet. One of my friends, Matt, was staring wide-eyed at the hallway entrance. "Dude, who's that old lady?" he asked. None of us saw anyone, but Matt was genuinely freaked out. He described a woman in her 70s wearing a floral dress with her hair in a bun. It matched the description of my grandmother perfectly, down to her favorite dress pattern. Matt had never seen photos of her or heard descriptions. She died before I was born. The weird thing is, I never felt threatened by any of this. Startled, sure. Confused, definitely. But there was always this sense that whoever or whatever was sharing our house with us wasn't malicious. They seemed more interested, like they were checking in on us, making sure we were okay, or maybe just curious about how their descendants were living in the home they'd built. I moved out for college at 18 and now live about 2 hours away, but I still visit regularly, and the activity hasn't stopped. Last Christmas, I was staying in my old room when I woke up to find all the dresser drawers open about 2 inches, perfectly aligned. I know they were closed when I went to bed. My parents still live there and have just accepted it as part of life. My dad jokes that at least we always know when something is lost. Just wait a day or two, and it'll turn up in some obvious place we've already checked 3 times. The house is going to be mine someday. It's been passed down through the oldest child in each generation, and that's me. Sometimes I wonder if I'll be one of them eventually, one of the watchful ancestors keeping an eye on future generations. The thought doesn't scare me anymore. I've had paranormal investigators offer to come check out the house, but we've always declined. These aren't some random spirits, they're family. And in a strange way, knowing they're still around is comforting. The house has never felt empty, even when I'm there alone. Last month, I was helping my dad clear out some old boxes in the basement when we found a journal belonging to my great-grandfather. In it, he mentioned the others who walk the halls at night, describing experiences almost identical to ours. It seems the haunting has been going on since the house was built, with each generation of inhabitants becoming the watchers for the next. So that's my story. I've never had a normal night's sleep in that house, never been alone, even when I was the only living person there. I still see them sometimes, reflections in windows, figures at the edges of my vision, the man in the hat standing at the foot of my bed. But they're just checking in, making sure their home and their family are still here, still continuing what they started over 100 years ago. Story 10. I've debated for months whether to share this. It still doesn't feel real, and typing it out makes my hands shake. But I need to tell someone who might understand, because my therapist clearly thinks I'm just processing grief in a unique way. This isn't grief-induced imagination. This happened. My best friend Wilson passed away from COVID complications in April 2020. He was only 42. Before you offer condolences, which I appreciate, this isn't just about losing him. It's about what he told me before he died. Something that makes me check the corners of my room before I go to sleep every night. Wilson and I met in film school 20 years ago. He went on to become a successful producer while I focused on screenwriting. We both ended up in Oakwood, this quiet little town that's perfect for creative types who need space to think. For years, our routine was the same, late nights at his condo, drinking whiskey and bouncing ideas off each other. Those conversations birthed some of our best work. In December 2019, we were brainstorming concepts for a low-budget horror short. Wilson was passionate about paranormal stuff, though I'd always been skeptical. That night, after his third glass of Jameson, he got unusually quiet. I asked what was on his mind, expecting some half-formed film idea. "You ever feel like you're being watched?" he asked, staring into his glass. Not in the dramatic way actors deliver lines, but with this genuine unease that made me uncomfortable. I laughed it off. "You've been watching too many of your own movies, man." He didn't smile. "I'm serious. Since college, there's been this woman." The way he said it made my skin crawl. He explained that since our sophomore year, he'd occasionally see a woman in his peripheral vision, always in the corner of rooms, always watching, never fully visible when he turned to look. At first, it was just in dreams, standing in the corner of whatever room his dream self was in. Then she started appearing when he was awake, but only in certain places. "Places with bad juju," he said, attempting to lighten his tone. "Abandoned buildings we filmed in, that hospital basement when my mum was sick, dark corners of bars at closing time. I remember asking if he'd seen a doctor." He nodded. "Brain scans, eye exams, psychiatric evaluations, nothing. They suggested stress, sleep deprivation, or an overactive imagination." He looked up at me. "But she's real, and lately, she's getting closer." That's when I got genuinely concerned. "What do you mean, closer?" Wilson explained that for nearly 20 years, this figure always maintained the same distance, a silhouette in the corner, just beyond clear sight. But in recent months, she'd begun to move forward, not approaching exactly, but appearing closer to him in the room. "I think it means my time's running out," he said plainly. I tried to rationalize it, told him it was stress from our upcoming project, suggested he cut back on late-night horror movies. He nodded along, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. We moved on to other topics, but something had shifted in the room. When COVID hit our area in March 2020, everything changed fast. Wilson caught it early, before we really understood what we were dealing with. One day he was fine, the next he was being admitted to the hospital with dangerously low oxygen levels. This was during those first terrifying weeks when hospitals were figuring out protocols on the fly. No visitors allowed, strict isolation. We switched to voice messages. It was easier than texts because he was too weak to type much. His voice got raspier with each recording, the beeping of machines always in the background. I sent him updates about our project, trying to give him something to look forward to. After about a week, doctors thought he was improving. His oxygen levels stabilized, and there was talk of discharging him soon. I was relieved. We dodged a bullet. The voice message I got that night started normally enough. He sounded tired, but better. "Hey man, good news today. Doc says maybe I can go home in a couple days if this trend continues. Been thinking about the script. I like the direction you're taking it." Then his voice changed, dropping to almost a whisper. "She's here, in the hospital. I saw her last night, standing by the door to my room. She's never been this close before. I can almost make out her face now. I felt cold all over. I told myself it was just the fever, medications, or the stress of isolation making his old fears resurface. I sent back a message telling him to focus on getting better, that his imagination was just in overdrive because of everything happening. His reply came 3 hours later, around 2 in the morning. When I played it, I had to turn the volume all the way up. His voice was barely audible. "She's at the foot of my bed now, just standing there. The nurses can't see her. I tried to tell them, but they just checked my temperature and adjusted my oxygen. But she's right there, watching me. I can see her clearly now. She's not what I expected." There was a long pause, just the sound of his labored breathing and the steady beep of monitors. "She's not scary. That's the weird part. She looks sad. Like she doesn't want to be here either. Like this is just her job. I think this is it, man. I don't think I'm coming home. I called the hospital immediately. The nurse said he'd been agitated, but was now sleeping. His vitals were stable. Nothing to worry about. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I sent him a long message telling him to hang in there, that he was going to beat this, that the woman wasn't real. I got no response that day, or the next. On the third day, I received a call from the hospital. Wilson had suffered sudden respiratory failure overnight. They'd done everything they could, but he was gone. I sat in stunned silence after hanging up. Then I remembered his last message. With shaking hands, I played it again. His description of the woman at his bedside hit differently now. It wasn't delusion or medication, it was a premonition. 2 weeks later, when I was finally allowed to collect his personal effects, the nurse handed me his phone. He asked us to make sure you got this, she said. The night before the last night, he was insistent about it. I thanked her and waited until I was in my car to look at it. There was one unsent voice message in his queue, addressed to me, recorded at 3:47 a.m. on the night he died. With my heart pounding, I pressed play. His voice was the weakest I'd ever heard it. Each word a tremendous effort. She's sitting on my bed now, right next to me. I can feel the mattress dipping where she's sitting. She told me her name, but I don't think I'm supposed to repeat it. She's been following me since that night in college. Remember when we broke into the old Westbrook Asylum for inspiration? That's where she found me, said I disturbed something, woke her up. She's been watching me ever since, waiting all those years, just waiting. I heard him take a rattling breath. She says everyone has someone like her. Most people just never notice, but once you see them, they can't unsee you either. She's touching my hand now. It's so cold. I'm not scared anymore, though. I'm just tired. There was a long silence. I thought the message had ended. Then, so quietly, I almost missed it. Don't look for them in the corners. If you see them, they see you. That was it. The message ended. I sat in my car in the hospital parking lot for almost an hour, unable to move. The official cause of death was listed as complications from COVID-19, but I know better. Wilson knew it was coming. He'd known for months, maybe years. The lady in the corner had been counting down his time, moving closer as his final day approached. It's been over a year now. I've told myself 100 times that it was just the ramblings of a dying man, fever dreams, medication hallucinations. But I can't shake the feeling that he was telling the truth. Last week, I was working late in my office. As I stood up to stretch, something caught my eye. A shadow in the far corner of the room that didn't quite match the objects casting it. When I turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there. But when I looked away, I don't go into that office at night anymore. Sometimes I wonder if Wilson's lady found someone new to follow, or if she was always meant just for him. Other times, I wonder if I'm being watched too, if we all are. Wilson's last warning echoes in my head constantly. Don't look for them in the corners. If you see them, they see you. I'm trying not to look, but it's getting harder, because lately I've been feeling like there's something in my peripheral vision just at the edge of sight, standing in the corner, watching, waiting, and I swear it's getting closer. Story 11. I've been camping my entire life. I'm talking since I was a kid in diapers, all the way through Boy Scouts. And now, at 32, I probably average 20 to 30 camping trips a year. I'm the guy friends call when they need outdoor advice or want someone experienced to show them the ropes. I've camped in blizzards, downpours, and once even during a mild earthquake. Nothing has ever really fazed me, until what happened at Blackwood Forest 3 weeks ago. I still can't shake it. My buddy Mike had been wanting to try real camping for ages. He'd done the glamping thing at those fancy campgrounds with electrical hookups and hot showers, but I'd been promising to take him on a proper backcountry trip Nothing extreme, just enough to get away from crowds and experience actual wilderness. Blackwood Forest is perfect for beginners, secluded enough to feel authentic, but with decent cell service in case of emergencies. I'd been to this particular spot at Blackwood dozens of times. It's about a 1.5 mile hike from the parking area, nothing strenuous, just far enough that the weekend warriors don't bother. There's a small clearing, surrounded by tall pines, with enough space for a couple tents and a fire ring someone built years ago. I've taken various friends there over the years. It's my go-to spot for introducing people to backcountry camping. The trip started perfectly normal. We hiked in around 3 in the afternoon on Saturday, set up our separate tents. Mike insisted on his own space since he snores, and spent the evening grilling burgers over the campfire, drinking a few beers, and bullshitting about work and life. It was exactly the kind of relaxing weekend I'd promised him. Sunday was equally uneventful. We hiked a nearby trail, tried our hand at fishing in the stream about a 1/4 mile from camp, caught nothing, and had another great evening around the fire. I needed to be at work by 8 on Monday morning, which meant leaving camp by 6:30 at the latest, so we agreed to an early night. The only mistake we made, and I'm still kicking myself for this, was being lazy about our garbage. Normally I'm religious about hanging food and trash or walking it back to the car if bears are a concern, but we were both tired. It was just one night left, and the parking lot was a good 15-minute walk away. We decided to just pile our garbage neatly beside the fire ring, figuring we'd pack it out in the morning. We turned in around 10. I remember checking my phone and setting an alarm for 5 so I'd have plenty of time to pack up. I fell asleep almost immediately. What felt like seconds later, I was suddenly wide awake. My phone said it was exactly 5 a.m., but my alarm wasn't going off yet. What woke me were footsteps, unmistakably human footsteps, passing directly by my tent from left to right. Not the shuffling of an animal or the cracking of branches. These were deliberate bipedal footsteps on the soft forest floor. My first thought was that Mike had gotten up to take a piss, but the footsteps weren't coming from the direction of his tent, which was set up about 20 feet to my right. They were coming from the left side of my tent, where there was nothing but forest. I grabbed my flashlight and called out, "Mike!" The footsteps immediately stopped, not gradually like someone pausing to respond. They just instantly ceased. And then there was this silence. Not normal forest silence with wind and leaves and distant animal sounds. This was a complete absence of sound except for crickets. No retreating footsteps, no rustling of undergrowth, nothing. I unzipped my tent just enough to shine my light outside, sweeping it across the campsite. Nothing. Mike's tent was zipped up tight. The garbage pile sat undisturbed by the fire ring. I couldn't see anything moving in the tree line. I'm not easily spooked, but something felt deeply wrong. I closed my tent back up but kept my light on and grabbed my phone. There was no way I was going back to sleep, so I just scrolled through Reddit to distract myself. I figured it was probably just a deer or some other animal that I'd misidentified in my half-asleep state. About 10 minutes later, I heard something rummaging through our garbage, aggressively, like paper tearing and plastic crinkling, but with a deliberate forcefulness that didn't sound like a curious raccoon. What made this particularly unsettling was that the garbage pile was to the left of my tent, the same direction the footsteps had initially come from, but I hadn't heard anything approach from that direction after the footsteps stopped. I grabbed my flashlight again, unzipped the tent, and shined it toward the fire ring, expecting to see a raccoon or maybe a fox. "Hey!" I called out, loud enough to scare off any animal, but not so loud as to unnecessarily wake Mike. The rummaging stopped instantly, just like the footsteps had, and again there was that unnatural silence. No retreating animal sounds, no rustling of leaves, just nothing. My light showed the garbage pile exactly as we'd left it, completely undisturbed. I kept my flashlight on and pointed outside for a long time, Part of me wanted to wake Mike, but I also didn't want to seem like a paranoid idiot if this was just my imagination. I told myself it was just forest noises, distorted by the tent fabric and my own half-asleep brain. Eventually, the sky began to lighten just enough that I felt comfortable getting up. I'd been lying there with my flashlight trained outside for nearly an hour. I put on my boots and cautiously unzipped my tent all the way, stepping out into the grey pre-dawn light. The first thing I checked was our garbage pile. It was completely untouched, exactly as we'd left it the night before. Not a single wrapper moved, not a single can disturbed. I walked over to Mike's tent to wake him up, but before I could call out his name, I heard car doors opening and closing, twice. This was impossible. Our cars were at the trailhead parking lot, at least 40 or 50 yards away through dense trees. You couldn't even see the parking area from our campsite, and there was no reason anyone would be at that remote lot at 5:30 in the morning. I was now convinced someone was fucking with us. Maybe some locals who didn't like campers, or some asshole teenagers playing pranks. I grabbed the small hand axe I always bring camping and started walking quickly toward the parking area. I was pissed off and ready to confront whoever was messing with us. I rounded the final bend in the trail and stopped dead in my tracks. Mike was walking toward me from the parking lot, wearing the same clothes he'd had on the night before, looking sleepy and confused. "Dude, what are you doing out here?" I asked, completely bewildered. He looked at me like I was the one acting strange. "I slept in my car last night. I was just coming to help you pack up." I stood there trying to process this. "What? Why the hell would you sleep in your car?" Mike frowned, looking genuinely confused. I don't really remember. I just woke up there." We walked back to his car, and sure enough, his sleeping bag was laid out across the back seat. His overnight backpack was in the trunk. Neither of us could remember when or why he'd left the campsite. The last clear memory we both had was saying goodnight and getting into our separate tents. That's when it hit me like a punch to the gut. I had been completely alone at the campsite all night. I tried to stay calm as we walked back to breakdown camp. I didn't tell Mike about the footsteps or the garbage noises. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. When we reached the campsite, I noticed something I'd missed in the dim morning light earlier. There were footprints in the soft dirt around my tent. Not Mike's hiking boots, but what looked like bare feet. They circled my tent completely, weaving in and out between the tent and the trees. I packed up in record time, barely speaking. Mike seemed normal, just confused about why he'd slept in his car. He kept saying he must have gotten up in the middle of the night and decided to go back to the car for some reason, but couldn't remember doing it. It wasn't until we were driving home that I finally asked him, "Did you come back to the campsite at all last night? Maybe to get something?" "No," he said. "I woke up in my car when the sun started coming up." "Why?" I didn't answer him. I couldn't explain what had happened without sounding crazy. All I know is that something was walking around my tent that night. Something was pretending to go through our garbage. Something wanted me to think it was Mike, but it wasn't. I slept with a nightlight for 5 nights after that trip. I've told myself 100 different rational explanations for what happened, but none of them stick. I've camped in that spot at Blackwood at least 20 times before, always with other people, never alone. But that night, whatever was out there made sure I was alone. I still can't shake the feeling that if I'd gone to check on Mike's tent earlier in the night, it wouldn't have been empty. Someone, or something, would have been in there. And it wouldn't have been Mike. I haven't been camping since. I don't know if I ever will again. Story 12. I still can't believe I'm actually writing this down. Part of me keeps thinking I'm overreacting, but another part knows what I experienced was real. It's been 3 months since that day in Ms. Sokolov's classroom, and I still get chills thinking about it. I'm an art major at a small liberal arts college in Massachusetts. Last semester I took figure drawing with Ms. Sokolov, who everyone loves because she's this eccentric Russian woman in her 50s with wild salt and pepper hair and paint splattered everything. She wears these long flowing skirts and has this quiet intensity when she works. Most professors here are pretty boring, but there was always something different about her. That day started normal enough. It was early November, and the campus had that perfect fall chill. The class was scheduled from 4 to 7 in the evening, and we were working on charcoal figure studies. About halfway through the session, our model needed a break, and Ms. Sokolov told us to take 15 minutes. I stayed behind to fix some shading issues while everyone else went outside for fresh air. It was just me and Ms. Sokolov in that big studio with the north-facing windows. The sun was setting, casting this weird orange glow across the room. She walked over to look at my work, and I noticed her hands were shaking slightly. Not in the normal older person way, but like she was fighting something. When she touched my shoulder to steady herself, I felt this intense heat through my sweater. Not burning, but unnaturally warm. "Are you okay?" I asked. And that's when everything changed. She looked at me with this expression I'd never seen before, vulnerable, almost scared. "I haven't been sleeping," she said quietly. "The dreams are back." I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded. That's when she pulled up a stool and sat down beside me. "Has anyone ever told you that you have an old soul?" she asked. I shook my head, though people had said I was mature for my age. She stared at me for an uncomfortable moment. "I can see it in your work. You understand shadow. Not many students do." Then she said something that made my skin crawl. "You remind me of my grandmother. She understood shadow too." That's when it started. The confession I wasn't prepared for. Miss Sokolov told me her grandmother was literally a witch. Not in some cute Halloween way, but an actual practitioner of old Russian folk magic. She performed real spells, knew herbs and potions, could see things before they happened. People in the village would come to her when doctors failed, she said, her accent getting thicker as she spoke. They came at night, ashamed but desperate. The way she described it made it sound so ordinary, like she was telling me about her grandmother's baking skills or something. Then she told me about her mother. According to Miss Sokolov, her mother had inherited a specific ability. She could heal people through touch. When she would place her hands on someone in pain, her palms would heat up significantly, becoming almost too hot to touch. The person's pain would gradually fade away, but there was always a price. After healing, my mother would get terrible headaches, Miss Sokolov said, rubbing her own temples at the memory. Sometimes nausea so bad she couldn't move for days, and often she would feel the exact pain she had taken away. If she healed someone's broken arm, her own arm would ache for weeks. I remember thinking this was just some weird cultural superstition. Maybe her mother was just a good masseuse with psychosomatic symptoms. But the intensity in Ms. Sokolov's eyes made it hard to dismiss. "I have it too," she whispered, looking down at her hands. They were artist's hands, strong, calloused, with paint forever embedded in the creases. The healing. I feel it in my palms when someone near me is in pain, like electricity building up, wanting to discharge. She told me she refuses to use this ability after watching what it did to her mother over the years. It destroyed her, she said. By 50, she looked 70. Taking others' pain aged her from the inside. The studio was getting darker as the sun disappeared, but neither of us moved to turn on the lights. There was something intimate about the growing shadows, like they were keeping our conversation secret. Miss Sokolov continued, telling me that her supernatural experiences intensified during periods when she practiced meditation and spiritual work. She wasn't specific about what that entailed, but she mentioned candles, herbs, and opening doorways that are better left closed. "The most disturbing are the dreams," she said. "I see things before they happen, small things sometimes. A student will drop their supplies, or it will rain unexpectedly, but other times..." Her voice trailed off, and she looked genuinely troubled. After a moment, she continued, "The worst are when the dead visit. They come to say goodbye." She described multiple instances where deceased family members or friends appeared in her dreams the night before they actually died. Not just vague impressions, but detailed conversations where they would tell her they were leaving. "My cousin Mikhail came to me in a dream," she said. "He was packing a suitcase, and I asked where he was going. He said, 'A long trip, Anya. I won't see you for many years.' The next morning, my mother called to tell me he had a heart attack in his sleep." She claimed this happened repeatedly. Her grandmother, an uncle, even a childhood friend she hadn't spoken to in decades. Each time, they visited her dreams the night before their deaths. But what she told me next made my blood run cold. "Sometimes," she said, her voice barely audible, "my wishes come true, but only the dark ones. Only when I'm truly angry or hurt." Ms. Sokolov described how, years ago, she had a particularly difficult family member who had caused problems for everyone. During a moment of frustration, she had wished this person would just die and leave them all in peace. 3 weeks later, they passed away unexpectedly. "I told myself it was coincidence," she said, "but then it happened again." She described her first serious relationship, a man she had loved deeply in her 20s. When he broke her heart, she had wished in a moment of rage that he would get hit by a truck. 2 weeks later, he was struck by a delivery vehicle while crossing the street. He survived but was severely injured. "The worst part," she whispered, "is that I had dreams about his accident for days before it happened. I even called to warn him not to drive that night. He laughed at me." She went on to tell me that she had moved from Russia to Spain in her 30s for another relationship. When that ended badly, leaving her stranded in a foreign country with limited resources, she had wished her ex-partner would rot in jail for how he had treated her. Months later, she heard rumors that he had indeed been imprisoned for tax fraud. As she spoke, I noticed the temperature in the room seemed to drop. It was probably just the heating system cycling off, but it felt significant somehow. "I don't want this power," she said, almost pleading. "I never asked for it. I try not to wish for anything anymore, good or bad. I'm afraid of what might happen." Looking at her in that moment, I could see what she meant about her mother aging from the inside. There was something deep and heavy underneath Ms. Sokolov's artistic, kind exterior, a weight she carried. Then, as if sensing she had said too much, she suddenly stood up. "The others will be back soon," she said, her voice returning to its normal teaching tone. "You should fix that shadow on the left shoulder. You're being too timid with the charcoal." Just like that, she was my art teacher again. The moment had passed. When everyone returned, class continued normally. Ms. Sokolov moved around the room, giving feedback, joking with students, demonstrating techniques. No one would have guessed what she had just confessed to me. After class, as I was packing up, she approached me one last time. "I hope I didn't frighten you," she said quietly. "Sometimes the weight becomes too much to carry alone." I assured her she hadn't scared me, a lie, and she smiled sadly. "Be careful with your wishes," she said. "And if you ever dream of someone packing a suitcase, call them immediately." As I left the building, the night air was freezing, but I barely felt it. My mind was racing, trying to process everything I'd heard. Was Miss Sokolov mentally ill? Was this some elaborate test for an art student to see how I'd react to her strange story? Or was she telling the truth? The next day, I almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole conversation, but when I arrived at class, Miss Sokolov couldn't look me in the eye. She kept her distance, as if embarrassed by what she had shared. A week later, she was absent. The department head told us she had a family emergency in Russia and might be gone for some time. That was 3 months ago, and she still hasn't returned. Here's the part that keeps me up at night. The day before she disappeared, I had seen her in the campus cafe. She looked exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. When our eyes met, she gave me this strange, resigned smile and nodded slightly, as if confirming something. That night, I had the most vivid dream. Ms. Sokolov was in her studio, packing brushes and paints into an old suitcase. When I asked where she was going, she just said, "Home, to fix what I broke." The next day, she was gone. I keep checking the class listings for next semester, looking for her name. It's not there. I've tried emailing her, but there's never any response. Sometimes I wonder if I should have said something after our conversation, reported it to someone. But what would I have said? That my art teacher thinks she's from a family of witches? The weirdest thing happened yesterday. I was working on a self-portrait for my advanced drawing class when my hands started to feel unusually warm. Not just warm, hot, like I was holding them over a flame. There was no reason for it. The studio was actually quite cold. I don't know what to believe anymore, but sometimes when I'm drawing, I find myself thinking very carefully about what I wish for. Story 13. I still can't sleep properly since it happened 2 weeks ago. I've been trying to make sense of it, but nothing seems to fit. I figured maybe writing it down might help, or someone here might have experienced something similar. My grandmother has this old house about 40 minutes outside of town. She's been living alone since my grandfather passed away 3 years ago, and I try to visit her at least once a month. Last month, my girlfriend Melissa decided to come with me. We planned to stay the weekend, catch up with Grandma, help her with some yard work, that kind of thing. The first day went fine. We arrived Friday evening, had dinner with Grandma, watched some TV, and chatted about family stuff. Nothing unusual. When it got late, Grandma showed us to the basement where she had set up the pull-out couch for us. It's actually a nice finished basement, carpeted, with a small bathroom, TV, and some old furniture. I'd stayed down there plenty of times before without any issues. We said goodnight to Grandma around 11:30, went downstairs and got ready for bed. Melissa was tired from the drive, so she fell asleep almost immediately. I stayed up scrolling through my phone for about an hour, just the usual mindless social media stuff. Around 1 in the morning, I finally decided to go to sleep. I turned off my phone, put it on the side table, and settled in next to Melissa. The basement was completely dark, except for the tiny green light from the smoke detector in the corner, and the dim glow of the digital clock on the DVD player. I could hear Melissa's steady breathing beside me, and the occasional creak of the old house settling. I was just starting to drift off when something changed. It's hard to describe exactly what happened next, but I'll try my best. First, there was this sudden wave of comfort that washed over me. Not just regular comfort like when you're cozy in bed, but an extreme, almost drug-like euphoria. It was so intense and came on so suddenly that it immediately felt wrong. I hadn't taken anything, hadn't been drinking, nothing. But this feeling was overwhelming, like being wrapped in the world's warmest blanket while simultaneously feeling weightless. Then I noticed a sound in my left ear, a low-frequency humming that seemed to be coming from inside my head rather than from anywhere in the room. At the same time, there was a slow ringing in my right ear. The weird thing was, the faster the ringing became, the more relaxed I felt. The two sounds weren't in sync at all, but they seemed connected somehow. I remember thinking I should wake Melissa, but I couldn't move. Not like sleep paralysis where you're trying to move, but can't. It was more like I didn't want to move, even though a small part of my brain was screaming that something was very wrong. My eyes were completely open in the darkness. I know they were open because I could see the smoke detector light and the clock. But then I started seeing other things. Other rooms in the house began manifesting in my vision, like I was somehow seeing through walls or being transported to different parts of the house simultaneously. I could see Grandma's living room, her kitchen, the upstairs hallway, the guest bedroom, all flashing before me in sequence, one after another. But the worst part was that in the center of each room was this figure. Not fully formed, more like a pale, faint, fuzzy silhouette. It wasn't moving, just standing there in each room I saw. The visions were cycling faster and faster, and with each cycle, that euphoric feeling started to transform. It changed from comfort to something else entirely. A sharp, painful terror that I've never experienced before or since. It was like my brain was being squished from inside my skull. The pressure was unbearable, and the anxiety that came with it was crushing. Imagine the worst panic attack you've ever had, multiply it by 100, and add physical pain. That's what it felt like. And all the while I couldn't move a muscle. I was completely paralyzed. My eyes were still open, but I couldn't blink, couldn't turn my head, couldn't even wiggle a finger. I was trapped in my own body while these visions flashed before me, and my brain felt like it was being compressed. The hallucinations eventually faded, but the paralysis remained. I was lying there, fully conscious, staring at the ceiling of my grandmother's basement, unable to move or speak. I could feel my heart racing in my chest, hear the blood rushing in my ears, but I couldn't do anything about it. I've had sleep paralysis before. I know what that feels like. The pressure on your chest, the feeling of a presence, the inability to move. This was completely different. With sleep paralysis, I'm usually half asleep and struggling to wake up. This time I was fully awake the entire time, and the paralysis came after the hallucinations, not before. I don't know how long I was frozen like that. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. I was desperately trying to move anything, a finger, a toe, my eyelids, just to break whatever hold this thing had on me. Finally, after what seemed like forever, I managed to move my pinky finger. It was tiny, just a slight twitch, but it was enough. Like a dam breaking, control rushed back into my body all at once. But instead of relief, what followed was even more terrifying. My entire body started shaking uncontrollably, not like shivering from cold, but violent tremors that I couldn't stop no matter how hard I tried. My teeth were chattering so hard I thought they might break, and my limbs were jerking like I was having some kind of seizure. I've never experienced anything like it. The shaking was so intense that it woke Melissa up. She turned over, half asleep, and asked what was wrong. I couldn't even form coherent words at first. When I finally managed to speak, all I could say was, "We need to leave now." She was confused, obviously, and asked me what was happening. I couldn't explain it, partly because I didn't understand it myself, but mostly because I was terrified that talking about it might somehow bring it back. All I knew was that we needed to get out of that basement immediately. I told her I'd explain later, but right now we needed to go upstairs. She must have seen how frightened I was because she didn't argue. We grabbed our phones and went upstairs to the living room. I told her I'd had a bad dream and needed a change of scenery. It wasn't true, but I couldn't bring myself to describe what had actually happened. We spent the rest of the night on Grandma's living room couch. I didn't sleep at all. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like those visions might come back. The sensation of my brain being compressed lingered for hours, like an echo of the original pain. My body continued to tremble periodically throughout the night, random spasms that I couldn't control. The next morning, I made up some excuse about the basement being too stuffy, and we moved our things to the guest bedroom upstairs. I avoided going back to the basement for the rest of the visit. Melissa knew something was wrong, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her the full story until we were driving home on Sunday. Even now, 2 weeks later, I still get random moments where my body starts shaking without warning. It's not as severe as that night, but it happens often enough to remind me that whatever happened wasn't just in my head. Sometimes I get that same pressure feeling in my skull, like my brain is being squeezed, though it's much milder now. I've tried researching what might have caused this. I don't do drugs, I rarely drink, and I have no history of schizophrenia or any other mental illness that might cause hallucinations. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or anything supernatural, but I'm struggling to find a rational explanation for what happened. Could it have been some kind of seizure, a weird combination of sleep paralysis and night terrors, some kind of gas leak in the basement that caused hallucinations? None of these explanations seem to fit exactly what I experienced. The thing that scares me the most is the possibility of it happening again. I haven't been back to my grandmother's house since then, and honestly, I'm not sure I can ever sleep in that basement again. But what if it follows me? What if it happens in my own apartment next time? I keep thinking about those pale silhouettes standing in each room. Were they watching me? Were they waiting for something? And why did I feel that extreme comfort before the terror hit? It's like whatever it was tried to lull me into a false sense of security before attacking. I haven't told my grandmother about this. She's lived in that house for over 40 years, and as far as I know, nothing strange has ever happened to her there. I don't want to worry her or make her feel unsafe in her own home. But part of me wonders if she's experienced something similar and just never talked about it. So that's my story. I still don't have any answers, and I'm not sure I ever will. All I know is that whatever happened in that basement was real, at least to me. And it's changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any idea what might have happened, please let me know. I just want to make sense of it and hopefully make sure it never happens again. Story: I still can't shake what happened at Buena Vista Park last summer. It's been almost a year, but I get goosebumps every time I think about it. So my family had come to visit me in San Francisco in July of 2021. I'd moved there for work about 6 months earlier and was still getting to know the city. My parents and little sister spent the day doing typical tourist stuff. Fisherman's Wharf, riding the cable cars, checking out the sea lions at Pier 39. By evening, they were wiped out and headed back to their hotel. But I wasn't ready to call it a night. I texted my 2 friends, Marcus and Ali, who lived nearby. We'd been talking about exploring Buena Vista Park for a while. It's this big circular park in Haight-Ashbury with tons of hiking trails winding through dense trees. The park sits on this big hill, around 500 feet high, and supposedly has amazing views of the city from the top. Since none of us had been there before, we figured why not check it out. We met up around 10:30 that night. I know nighttime probably wasn't the smartest choice for exploring an unfamiliar park, but we're in our early 20s and thought we were invincible. Plus, San Francisco's summer nights aren't that dark. There's usually fog reflecting the city lights back down. The park entrance seemed normal enough. There were street lamps along the perimeter and a few people walking their dogs or heading home. As we started up the main trail, the trees got thicker, blocking out most of the ambient light from the city. Marcus had a decent flashlight on his phone, so we weren't completely blind. But the darkness felt heavy around us. The trail twisted upward through the trees, and I remember noticing how quiet it got. No traffic noise, no people, just the occasional rustle of leaves. About 10 minutes into our hike, I saw the first person, just a solitary figure walking on a parallel path maybe 30 feet away. What struck me as odd was how they moved. Deliberate, focused, head down, wearing what looked like a dark hoodie. No flashlight, no phone screen glow, nothing. They weren't making any noise either. No footsteps, no branches breaking, just gliding through the darkness. "Did you see that person?" I whispered to Ali. She nodded but didn't seem bothered. Probably just someone taking a shortcut home. We kept climbing. The paths were confusing. They split and merged and wound around in ways that made it easy to lose your bearings. About 5 minutes later, I spotted another lone figure, This one was cutting directly through some bushes off trail. Again, dark clothes, head down or maybe hooded, moving with this weird, purposeful energy. No acknowledgement of us whatsoever. "That's the second person we've seen alone in the dark," I said to Marcus. He shrugged. "It's San Francisco, man. People do weird shit here all the time." He was right. I'd seen enough oddities in my 6 months living there that I tried to brush it off. But something about these silent figures felt off. As we climbed higher, we spotted more of them, always alone, always in dark clothing, always moving with that same strange intentionality, never making a sound, never acknowledging us with so much as a nod or hello. I counted at least 5 different people, all exhibiting the same behavior. Some followed trails, others just cut straight through vegetation. "Is this normal?" I asked my friends, trying to keep my voice casual. Like, is this park known for something I don't know about? Ali looked uncomfortable. "I've never heard anything specific about Buena Vista, but it's giving me weird vibes." Marcus tried to play it cool, but I could tell he was getting unsettled too. "Let's just get to the top, check out the view, and head back down." After about 20 minutes of hiking, we reached what seemed to be the peak, a grassy clearing with some benches. The view was incredible. The San Francisco skyline spread out before us, lights twinkling through patches of fog, the Golden Gate Bridge barely visible in the distance. For a few minutes, we forgot about the strange people and just took in the scene. We sat on a bench for maybe 10 minutes, pointing out landmarks and taking a few photos. The night air had gotten colder, and I was starting to think about the warm ramen place near my apartment. "Should we head back down?" I suggested. That's when Ali grabbed my arm. Her fingers dug into my skin so hard it hurt. "Guys," she whispered. "Look." I followed her gaze and felt my blood turn to ice. At the edge of the clearing, about 75 feet away, stood a group of people. Not just a few, I'm talking at least 20 individuals. They were arranged in this bizarre formation, not clustered together like normal groups, but spaced apart in this deliberate way, like they were maintaining exact distances from each other. They were all wearing dark clothing, all silent, and all staring directly at us. The worst part? I recognized some of them as the solitary figures we'd seen on our way up. They'd somehow all gathered here, as if they'd been coordinating the whole time. "What the fuck?" Marcus breathed. My mouth went dry. I've never felt more unwelcome anywhere in my life. It was like we'd stumbled into something we weren't supposed to see. Like we'd crossed some invisible boundary into territory that didn't belong to us. None of them were moving. None of them were speaking. Just standing there, staring with what I can only describe as hostile intent. I couldn't make out all their faces in the darkness, but the few I could see looked expressionless. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst from my chest. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I knew that was the worst thing we could do. The only trail down that we knew of went right past where they were standing. "We need to leave," I whispered. "Now, but don't run, just walk normal." Ali's voice was barely audible. "They're blocking the path." "Then we walk right toward them," I said with way more confidence than I felt. "Like we belong here just as much as they do." Marcus nodded, his face pale in the dim light. "Stay together." We stood up, trying to appear casual, and began walking directly toward the silent group. Each step felt like moving through molasses. My legs were shaking so badly, I'm amazed I didn't collapse. As we got closer, I could see them more clearly. Men and women of various ages, all with that same blank expression. They didn't speak to each other or acknowledge one another in any way. It was like they were connected by some unspoken understanding. When we were about 20 feet away, something even more unsettling happened. They began to move, not away from us, but to the sides of the trail, forming a kind of gauntlet we would have to walk through. "Keep going," I murmured. "Don't make eye contact." But I couldn't follow my own advice. As we approached, I locked eyes with one man standing at the front of the group. balding with black hair on the sides, maybe in his 40s. His stare was so intense it felt physical, like he was reaching inside me and rooting around in my head. I still see his face in my nightmares. We entered their gauntlet. The air felt electric, charged with something I couldn't name. Every hair on my body stood on end. They were close enough that I could have reached out and touched them, close enough that I could smell them. A strange, earthy scent that reminded me of wet soil. Not a single one spoke. Not a single one moved. They just watched us pass with those empty stares. It took maybe 30 seconds to walk through them, but it felt like hours. When we finally cleared the group, I expected to feel relief, but the sensation of being watched only intensified. I knew without looking that they had all turned to stare at our backs. We maintained our pace until we were around the first bend in the trail, out of their sight. Then Marcus grabbed both our arms and pulled us into a jog. "What the fuck was that?" he hissed. "What the actual fuck?" Ali was trembling. "Did you see how they just appeared, like they coordinated it somehow?" "No talking," I said. "Not until we're out of this park." We practically ran down the winding trails, taking wrong turns twice and having to backtrack. Every shadow made us jump. Every rustle in the bushes sounded like footsteps. I kept expecting to see those figures again, waiting for us around each bend. When we finally reached the street, we didn't stop. We kept walking at a brisk pace for several blocks before ducking into an all-night diner. We collapsed into a booth ordering coffee none of us would drink, just for the excuse to sit somewhere bright and public. "That wasn't normal," Ali said, her voice still shaky. "That wasn't just San Francisco weird, that was something else." Marcus had his phone out. "I'm Googling Buena Vista Park right now. There's got to be something about this online." But there wasn't, or at least nothing that explained what we'd experienced. Some vague mentions of the park being creepy at night or having strange energy, but nothing about silent figures in dark clothing who gather and stare. Here's what keeps me up at night. We never heard them speak to each other, never saw them use phones, never witnessed how they communicated or coordinated. Yet somehow, they all knew to gather at that specific spot, at that specific time, and form that specific formation. Like they shared a hive mind. And what would have happened if we'd shown fear, if we'd run, if we'd taken a different trail down? I can't shake the feeling that we narrowly escaped something terrible just by maintaining our composure. I've lived in San Francisco for over a year and a half now, and I've never gone back to Buena Vista Park. Never will. Sometimes when I'm walking around the city at night, I catch glimpses of solitary figures in dark clothing, walking with that same purposeful energy, heads down or hooded, and I walk the other way. Story 15. I've lived in Chandler, Oklahoma my entire life. 23 years in the same small town where everyone knows everyone's business. So when I discovered something literally minutes from my house that nobody had ever mentioned, it blew my mind. I've always been into urban exploration, abandoned buildings, old structures, places with history. There's something about standing where others stood decades or centuries ago that gives me this connection to the past. Most weekends, I'm researching some forgotten spot to check out. This happened last summer in July. It was a regular Thursday, and I was scrolling through some local history forums when I stumbled across a brief mention of an abandoned graveyard near my town. According to the post, it was located just off Highway 18, maybe 10 minutes from where I lived. The weird thing was, I'd driven past that area hundreds of times and never noticed anything resembling a cemetery. The post mentioned it was the site of an old schoolhouse from the early 1900s, with unmarked graves scattered throughout the property. Apparently, it had been largely forgotten except by the few families who still had loved ones buried there. The original poster said they'd visited to photograph headstones for a genealogy project, but left quickly because the place gave them bad vibes. I immediately texted my sister Kayla. She's 2 years younger than me and usually my partner for these adventures. Unlike me, she's not super into the historical aspects, but she enjoys the thrill of exploring places most people avoid. Found an abandoned graveyard like 10 minutes from our house. Want to check it out tomorrow? She responded almost instantly. Is it haunted? Lol. Probably not, just old and forgotten, but we should go in the daytime just to be safe. Fine, but if I get possessed, I'm blaming you. We agreed to head out around 10 the next morning. I spent that evening researching more about the location. There wasn't much information available, just a few forum posts mentioning its existence and rough location. No official records I could find, which was strange for a cemetery. One post mentioned the schoolhouse had burned down in 1927, with several children inside. But I couldn't verify this information anywhere else. The next morning was bright and clear. Perfect weather for exploring. We took my car, a beat-up Honda Civic that's seen too many back roads. I brought my camera, a bottle of water, and a small backpack with some snacks. Kayla wore boots, which turned out to be smarter than my choice of sneakers. Finding the exact location was harder than I expected. The directions were vague. Off Highway 18, past the old Miller property, and we drove back and forth along the same stretch of road 3 times before spotting a small dirt path cutting through the trees. There was no sign, no marker, nothing to indicate what lay beyond. This has to be it, I said, turning onto the path. It was barely wide enough for my car, with branches scraping against the windows as we inched forward. After about a quarter mile, the trees opened up to reveal a clearing, and there it was, the graveyard. It was smaller than I'd imagined, maybe the size of a football field, completely overgrown with tall grass and weeds that obscured many of the headstones. Some graves were marked with simple stone crosses, others with more elaborate monuments that time and weather had worn down. The whole place was surrounded by dense woods, isolating it completely from the main road. This is creepy as hell, Kayla muttered as we got out of the car. How has nobody ever mentioned this place to us? I wondered the same thing. Our town isn't that big, roughly 4,000 people, and folks usually gossip about everything, yet somehow this place had slipped through the cracks of local knowledge. We moved carefully through the tall grass, conscious of not stepping directly on graves. Many of the headstones were so weathered that the inscriptions were illegible, but some still displayed names and dates. The most recent burial I found was from 1971, but most were from the early 20th century. The silence was the first thing that struck me. Even though we weren't that far from the highway, no traffic sounds reached us, no birds chirping, no insects buzzing, just complete stillness that made our footsteps sound unnaturally loud as we crunched through the overgrowth. I think the schoolhouse would have been over there. I pointed toward the far end of the cemetery, where the ground seemed to form a slight depression. We made our way in that direction, stopping occasionally to examine particularly interesting headstones. One that caught my attention was a small angel statue standing over what appeared to be a child's grave. The statue's face had been worn completely smooth by time, giving it an eerie, blank appearance. The inscription read, "Mary Elizabeth Watson, beloved daughter, 1916-1923. We had been exploring for about an hour when we reached the clearing where the schoolhouse once stood. All that remained were some scattered foundation stones and what might have been the remnants of a chimney. Now just a pile of crumbling bricks half buried in the earth. That's when we heard it for the first time. Footsteps. Fast, deliberate footsteps moving through the grass somewhere behind us. I turned quickly, expecting to see another visitor. Maybe a local coming to tend to a family grave, but there was nobody there. Just the empty graveyard stretching back toward our car, which was now barely visible through the tall grass. "Did you hear that?" I asked Kayla, whose expression told me she definitely had. "Probably just an animal," she said, but her voice had that tight quality it gets when she's trying to sound braver than she feels. I nodded, trying to convince myself she was right. A deer, maybe, or even a large rabbit moving through the underbrush. We continued examining the schoolhouse foundation, but the easy conversation we'd maintained earlier had died. We were both listening now, on edge. 5 minutes later it happened again. Footsteps, but this time they were faster, more aggressive, and sounded unmistakably like someone running directly toward us from the direction of the older graves. I spun around, heart hammering, and again saw nothing but empty space. The footsteps stopped abruptly, as if whoever or whatever was making them had frozen in place when I turned. "Okay. I don't like this," Kayla said, grabbing my arm. "Let's go." I started to agree when the footsteps began again, this time from multiple directions. It sounded like several people running through the grass, circling us, drawing closer with each pass. But the grass wasn't moving except where the wind touched it. There was nobody there. That's when the real fear hit me. This wasn't someone playing a prank. This wasn't an animal. This was something I couldn't explain, and it was getting closer. "Run." I don't know which of us said it, maybe both of us, but suddenly we were sprinting back toward the car, struggling through the high grass. I could hear the footsteps keeping pace with us, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, sometimes right beside us, close enough that I felt like if I reached out, I would touch something. I've never run so fast in my life. I didn't dare look back or to the sides. I just focused on the distant shape of my car and pushed forward, my lungs burning. Kayla was right beside me, her breathing as ragged as mine. When we finally reached the car, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hit the unlock button. The footsteps were right behind us now, so close I could almost feel breath on my neck. We threw ourselves into the car and slammed the doors, hitting the locks immediately. For several long moments, we just sat there, gasping for air, not speaking. Outside, the cemetery looked peaceful again. Nothing moved except the grass swaying gently in the breeze. "What the actual fuck was that?" Kayla finally whispered, her face pale. I shook my head, unable to form a coherent response. My hands were still trembling as I started the car. Neither of us wanted to stay there a second longer than necessary. As we drove back down the narrow path toward the highway, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The graveyard was disappearing behind us, looking innocent and abandoned once more. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us leave. Once we were safely back on the main road, I pulled over at a gas station. While Kayla went in to buy water, we'd left our supplies behind in our panic. I sat in the car and frantically searched for more information about the cemetery on my phone. What I found chilled me even more than our experience. Multiple forum posts and a few obscure paranormal websites mentioned the exact phenomenon we'd just encountered. Invisible footsteps chasing visitors through the graveyard. Some accounts described apparitions walking among the graves, translucent figures dressed in early 20th century clothing. Others mentioned hearing children's voices calling for help, only to find no one there when they investigated. According to one post from a local historian, the schoolhouse had indeed burned down in 1927, with 6 children and a teacher trapped inside. They were supposedly buried in unmarked graves on the property. Another comment claimed that several of the older graves belonged to victims of a smallpox outbreak in the 1890s, hastily buried to prevent further spread of the disease. Compared to some of the stories I read, our experience seemed almost tame. But sitting there in the safety of my car, remembering the sound of those footsteps getting closer and closer, I felt a kind of fear I'd never experienced before. A deep primal terror that something beyond my understanding had tried to reach us. When Kayla returned, I showed her what I'd found. We sat in silence for a while, processing everything. "I don't think we should tell people about this," she finally said. "They'll either think we're crazy or they'll want to go see for themselves." I agreed. Some things are better left alone. It's been over a year now, and I've never gone back to that graveyard. I've driven past the turn-off many times since then, and each time I feel an inexplicable pull, like something there is calling me back. But I resist. Some places have a history that doesn't want to stay buried, and some memories are best left undisturbed. I still can't explain what chased us through that forgotten cemetery that day. Sometimes I try to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind playing tricks, or our own footsteps echoing strangely in that isolated place. But deep down, I know what I heard, what I felt, and it's the not knowing that haunts me the most. Not knowing what would have happened if those footsteps had caught up to us. Story 16. I've been carrying this with me for over 15 years, and I've never shared it online before, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. When I was 12, my family moved from Queens to Marietta, Georgia. It wasn't a planned move. We had to leave quickly after my dad got hurt. He worked construction in New York, and there was this accident where a steel beam came loose. It hit him in the head, and he was never the same after. The doctors called it a traumatic brain injury. His personality changed. He'd get angry over nothing, sometimes couldn't remember simple things, and other times he'd just stare off into space. We moved because my mom's sister lived in Marietta and said she could help us out. Plus, the cost of living was way cheaper than New York. But we didn't have much money, so we ended up in this tiny apartment near Franklin Road. It only had one bedroom, which my parents took, while I slept on a pull-out couch in the living room. It wasn't ideal, but I tried to make the best of it. The worst part was that my dad would stay up late watching TV in the living room. He couldn't sleep well after his accident. So most nights, I'd try to fall asleep with the TV blaring some old Western or war movie. My dad always kept the volume way too loud. Another side effect of his injury was hearing problems. This particular night in October, I was exhausted from school. I'd had a math test, then PE where we ran the mile, and I'd stayed after school trying to make some friends by playing basketball. By 9 o'clock, I was completely wiped out, but my dad was settled in for a John Wayne marathon with the volume cranked up. "Dad, can you turn it down a little?" I asked. He just stared at the screen, either ignoring me or genuinely not hearing me. That happened a lot since the accident. I grabbed my pillow and blanket. "I'm gonna lie down in your room for a bit, okay?" He nodded without looking away from the TV. At least I think he nodded. Sometimes it was hard to tell if he was actually responding or just moving his head randomly. I dragged myself to my parents' bedroom. Mom was working the late shift at Waffle House, so the room was empty. I didn't bother turning on the light. The hallway light gave enough of a glow for me to find the bed. I flopped down on top of the covers, not planning to fall asleep there, just wanting some quiet for a little while. Their bedroom was small, just a queen bed, a dresser, and a walk-in closet. The closet was directly across from the foot of the bed, maybe 15 feet away, with the door always left open. As I lay there, I could see into the darkness of the closet. Something about it caught my attention. The room was dark, but the closet seemed darker, like a deeper shade of black. I remember checking the time on my parents' alarm clock, 9:23. I was just starting to relax when I noticed something weird about that darkness in the closet. Part of it seemed to be moving. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. You know how when you stare into darkness long enough, you start seeing things move. But this was different. There was a shape within the darkness that was darker than the rest. A silhouette. I sat up, squinting to get a better look. That's when I could make it out clearly. It was shaped like a person. A tall person with broad shoulders, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned coat that went down past the knees and a wide-brimmed hat like gangsters wore in those old black-and-white movies. But there was no face, just blackness where the face should be. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but this wasn't a normal person. The way it moved was all wrong. It didn't step or walk like a human. Instead, it sort of shifted from side to side, then forward and back, in these jerky, jumping motions, like watching a film where frames are missing. And when I looked down, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl. It had no feet. The bottom of the coat just ended in darkness, hovering maybe an inch above the carpet. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't make my body respond. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears, drowning out even the sound of my dad's TV from the living room. I wanted to scream, but my throat closed up. The figure kept doing that weird shifting movement, like it was pacing, but without actually walking. It never left the closet, just moved within that space. And even though it had no face, I somehow knew it was watching me. I could feel it looking at me. Minutes passed like this, me frozen in terror, the shadow man moving in its strange, broken way. I kept telling myself it wasn't real, that it was just clothes hanging in the closet and my imagination was getting the best of me. But then it moved again, this time shifting closer to the closet door, and I knew with absolute certainty this was no trick of the light. That's when I found my ability to move again. I bolted upright, then scrambled backward until my back hit the headboard. The shadow man stopped moving when I did, as if it was reacting to me. We stayed like that in some kind of standoff for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then it started moving toward the closet door. That was it. I couldn't take any more. I launched myself off the bed and ran for the bedroom door. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was standing in the living room, gasping for breath. My dad was still in his recliner, the blue light from the TV flickering across his face. I wanted to tell him, to explain what I'd just seen, but I hesitated. Since his accident, my dad's reactions were unpredictable. Sometimes he'd get really angry about small things, or he'd get confused and upset. The last thing I wanted was to trigger one of his episodes. So I just stood there, trying to catch my breath, wondering what to do. That's when my dad slowly turned his head from the TV to look at me. His expression was strange, not confused or angry, but serious and knowing. "I know," he said, his voice unusually clear. "I see it too." My blood turned to ice. I hadn't said a word about what I'd seen. How could he know? "What?" I managed to ask. "The shadow man," my dad said, still in that eerily calm voice. "In the coat and hat, he watches us." I felt like I was going to pass out. My dad had seen it too, not just now, but he was talking like he'd seen it before. "When?" I whispered. "When did you see it?" "First time was at the construction site in New York," he said, his eyes now distant. 2 weeks before the accident. He was standing on the scaffolding. Nobody else saw him. I thought I was just tired. A chill ran through me as I realized what he was saying. The shadow man had appeared to my dad before the accident that changed our lives. "He follows us," my dad continued. "I see him sometimes, standing in corners, watching, but he never does anything. Just watches." I couldn't process this. My dad had been seeing this thing for months and never said anything. Then again, with his injury, maybe he thought it wasn't real, or maybe he'd tried to tell someone and they dismissed it as another symptom of his brain damage. "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely audible. My dad shrugged. "Don't know. But he's not friendly. Not evil either, I don't think. Just watching." I spent the rest of the night on the couch next to my dad's recliner, neither of us sleeping. We didn't talk much more about it, but there was this understanding between us. When Mum came home around 4 in the morning, we were both still awake, staring at the TV without really seeing it. The next day, I overheard my mum talking to her sister on the phone. She was worried about Dad and me, saying we both looked like we'd seen a ghost. That's when my aunt said something that stuck with me. She said there was darkness in our family, going back generations. She talked about how our great-grandfather had been involved in some bad things in the old country, and how maybe that darkness was still following us. "Some people call it a generational curse," my aunt said. "The sins of the father visiting the children. I don't know if I believe in curses, but I do know what I saw that night. And I know my dad saw it too, which means it wasn't just my imagination. We lived in that apartment for 2 more years, and I saw the shadow man 3 more times, always in dark corners, always watching, never approaching. The last time I saw him was the night before we moved out. He was standing in my parents' closet again, but this time he didn't move at all, just stood there, like he was saying goodbye. We never talked about it much, my dad and I. It was this unspoken thing between us. Sometimes he'd look at a dark corner of a room a little too long, and I'd know he was seeing it again. I'd ask, is he there? And Dad would just nod slightly. Mom never saw it, or if she did, she never let on. I think she had enough to worry about with Dad's condition and trying to keep us afloat financially. When my dad passed away 5 years ago from complications related to his injury, I went back to the apartment building in Marietta. It had been renovated, turned into condos. I stood outside, looking up at where our unit had been, and for a split second, I thought I saw a dark silhouette in the window. But when I blinked, it was gone. I still don't know what the shadow man was. Was it some kind of warning about my dad's accident? Was it, as my aunt suggested, some kind of family curse? Or was it something else entirely? All I know for sure is that both my father and I saw it at the same time that night, which means it wasn't just in our heads. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still catch myself looking at the dark corners of my room, half expecting to see that featureless silhouette in its gangster coat and hat, shifting left and right in that unnatural way. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I do. Story 17. I never believed in ghosts. That was always my husband Mark's department, watching those ridiculous paranormal shows and getting spooked by every little creak in our old house. I'd roll my eyes and remind him about our aging pipes and settling foundation. But what happened last November has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. We've lived in our little colonial-style home just outside Seattle for almost 7 years now. It's nothing fancy. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, a decent yard for our lab mix, Charlie, and a long pebble driveway that winds through the pines before reaching our house. It's quiet here, which is exactly what we wanted when we moved from the city after Ethan was born. He's 13 now, spends most of his time playing video games or skateboarding with the neighbor kids. November in Washington means darkness by 5 o'clock, and that evening was particularly gloomy. Mark was working late, so it was just Ethan and me for dinner. I was in the kitchen making pasta, nothing special, just some sauce from a jar with ground beef thrown in. The kitchen has this big window above the sink that looks out onto the side yard and part of our driveway. I've always loved that window, the way the afternoon light filters through the trees, how I can watch the seasons change while doing dishes. I was stirring the sauce when I first saw it, just a glimpse of movement outside in my peripheral vision. I looked up, expecting to see Charlie chasing a squirrel, or maybe a deer. They wander through our yard sometimes. But instead, there was a figure. That's the only way I can describe it. A dark, person-shaped silhouette standing at the edge of our driveway, maybe 40 feet from the house. I blinked and it was gone. I brushed it off. Probably just a trick of the light or my eyes adjusting to the darkness outside, but something felt off. Charlie hadn't barked, and he always barks at everything. Delivery people, neighbors, falling leaves, you name it. He was actually napping in the living room, completely unbothered. I went back to cooking, but kept glancing out the window every few seconds. Nothing. Just our dark yard and the pebbled driveway illuminated by our porch light. Then I saw it again, closer this time. It was definitely shaped like a person, but something was wrong about it. The proportions seemed slightly off, and it moved strangely, like it was gliding rather than walking. And here's the thing, our driveway is covered in those small decorative pebbles. You can't walk on it without making that distinctive crunching sound. Mark jokes that it's better than a security system because you can hear someone coming from a mile away, but there was no sound. Nothing. I dropped the spoon I was holding and moved closer to the window, pressing my face against the glass to get a better look. Again, nothing was there. Just darkness. "You're losing it, Sarah," I muttered to myself, returning to the stove. The sauce was starting to bubble, and I turned down the heat. My hands were shaking a little, and I felt foolish. It was probably just a neighbor walking their dog on the street beyond our property. That had to be it. But then why hadn't Charlie reacted, and why no sound from the driveway? I tried to focus on cooking, but kept glancing out the window every few seconds. The third time I saw it, my blood went cold. It was much closer now, maybe 15 feet from the house, and I could make out more details. It was tall, taller than Mark, who's 6 feet, and thin, unnaturally thin. And though I couldn't make out a face in the darkness, I had the distinct impression it was looking directly at me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, just stood there frozen with my hands gripping the edge of the sink. Then, like before, it simply wasn't there anymore. Not like it walked away or faded. It was just gone between one blink and the next. I backed away from the window, bumping into the island behind me. My heart was racing and I felt lightheaded. I grabbed my phone, thinking I should call Mark, but what would I even say? That I was seeing shadow people in our yard. He'd just worry and rush home for nothing. It was probably just my mind playing tricks on me. I checked on Charlie, still asleep on the couch, completely relaxed. Surely if there was someone outside, he would be going crazy. We installed a motion-activated security camera facing the driveway last year after someone stole packages from a few houses in the neighborhood. I pulled up the app on my phone, but there were no recent alerts. Nothing had triggered the camera. "Get a grip," I told myself, taking a deep breath. I went back to the kitchen, deliberately keeping my back to the window as I drained the pasta. The rational part of my brain was trying to come up with explanations. Maybe it was just shadows from the trees moving in the wind, or headlights from a car on the road beyond our property, but it had looked so solid, so intentional. I called Ethan down for dinner, trying to keep my voice steady. I heard his footsteps overhead, then down the stairs. I was setting plates on the table when he walked into the kitchen. "Hey, Mom, did you—" He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes going wide as he looked past me toward the window. He took a step back, his face draining of color. "Ethan." I turned to follow his gaze, but there was nothing there, just the dark window and our reflection in the glass. "There was someone right there," he said, pointing at the window, "right outside, looking in." My stomach dropped. "What did you see exactly?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "A person, really tall, standing right at the window." His voice had a slight tremor. "They were just staring in, but then they were gone." I felt sick. If Ethan had seen it too, then I wasn't imagining things. This was real. "What's going on, Mom?" he asked. And suddenly he looked much younger than 13, scared in a way I hadn't seen since he was little. "I don't know," I admitted. "I've been seeing something outside too. But the security camera hasn't picked up anything, and Charlie hasn't reacted at all." As if on cue, Charlie finally wandered into the kitchen, yawning and wagging his tail like everything was perfectly normal. He went to his water bowl, took a drink, then looked up at us expectantly, hoping for dinner scraps. "This is so messed up," Ethan said, pulling out his phone. "I'm going to take a video if it comes back." We stood there for several minutes, both staring out the window, phones ready, but nothing appeared. The longer we waited, the more I started to doubt what we'd seen. Maybe it had been a reflection or a trick of the light that somehow we both misinterpreted. "Let's eat," I finally said. "The food's getting cold." We sat down, but neither of us had much appetite. I kept looking over my shoulder at the window, and Ethan was unusually quiet. I tried to start a conversation about school, about his upcoming science project, anything to distract us, but it felt forced. "You really saw something too, right?" he asked suddenly, pushing his pasta around his plate. "Yes," I said after a moment. "3 times, and it kept getting closer to the house." "Did it look normal, like a regular person?" I hesitated. "Not exactly. Something seemed off about it. The way it moved wasn't quite right." Ethan nodded slowly. "I couldn't see a face. It was like a shadow, but not a shadow. I don't know how to explain it." We fell silent again. Outside, the wind had picked up, making the branches scrape against the side of the house. Normally that sound wouldn't bother me, but now every little noise had me on edge. "Should we call Dad?" Ethan asked. "Let's not worry him yet," I said, though I was tempted. "He'll be home in an hour anyway." After dinner, we moved to the living room, as far from the kitchen window as possible. I turned on every light in the house and closed all the blinds. We sat on the couch, pretending to watch TV while actually jumping at every sound. Charlie had gone back to sleep, completely unconcerned. "Maybe we should check the security footage again," Ethan suggested. "Even if it didn't send an alert, there might be something." I nodded and pulled up the app. We scrolled through the recorded clips, but there was nothing unusual. Just a few instances of Charlie in the yard earlier that day, and the mail carrier delivering a package around noon. Nothing during the times when we'd seen the figure. "This doesn't make any sense," I said, frustration mixing with fear. "How could we both see something that the camera didn't pick up?" "Maybe it wasn't really there," Ethan said softly. "Like maybe it was a ghost or something." I wanted to dismiss that idea immediately, to tell him there's no such thing as ghosts, that there had to be a logical explanation. But I couldn't. Not after what we'd both seen. "I don't know what it was," I admitted. We sat in silence for a while, the TV playing in the background, but neither of us really watching. Then Ethan suddenly sat up straight, his eyes fixed on something behind me. "Mom," he whispered, "it's at the front window now." I froze, afraid to turn around. The living room window faced the front porch, a completely different side of the house from the kitchen. "Are you sure?" My voice was barely audible. He nodded, his face pale. "It's just standing there, watching." Slowly I turned to look. Through a gap in the blinds I could see it. A dark silhouette standing on our porch, impossibly tall and thin, pressed against the window. It wasn't moving, just standing there, and though I couldn't see its eyes, I knew it was looking directly at us. Charlie was still asleep on the floor. The motion lights on the porch hadn't activated. Nothing about this made sense. "Don't look at it," I said, turning back to Ethan. "Just don't look." But it was too late. He was staring at it, transfixed. Then, without warning, he stood up. "Ethan!" I grabbed his arm, but he seemed to be in some kind of trance, his eyes unfocused. "Ethan, sit down!" He pulled away from me and started walking toward the window. I jumped up and grabbed him, physically pulling him back to the couch. "What are you doing?" I demanded, terrified. He blinked several times, looking confused. I thought it was calling me." "What do you mean, calling you? Did you hear something?" "Not hear exactly, just knew. Like it wanted me to come outside." I looked back at the window and the figure was gone. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived, because now I was certain of one thing. Whatever this was, it wasn't harmless. It had tried to lure my son outside. I grabbed my phone and called Mark, my hands shaking so badly I could barely dial. "Hey, are you on your way home?" I asked when he answered, trying to sound normal. "Just leaving now. Everything okay?" "Yeah, just... Can you hurry? We miss you." I didn't want to explain over the phone. It sounded too crazy. "Sure, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Those 20 minutes were the longest of my life. Ethan and I stayed on the couch, huddled together, not looking at any of the windows. Charlie finally woke up and seemed to sense our distress, pressing himself against our legs. Still, he showed no sign of sensing anything unusual outside. When we finally heard Mark's car on the driveway, that familiar crunch of tires on pebbles, I nearly cried with relief. We met him at the door, and I'm sure we looked like a mess, both pale and visibly shaken. "What's going on?" he asked immediately, looking concerned. I tried to explain what had happened, how both Ethan and I had seen this figure, how it had somehow influenced Ethan to try to go outside. Mark listened without interrupting, his expression growing more serious by the minute. "And the security camera didn't pick up anything?" he asked when I finished. "Nothing," I confirmed. And Charlie didn't react at all. Mark checked all the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked. He went outside with a flashlight, checking around the house, while Ethan and I watched anxiously from inside. He found nothing. No footprints, no evidence that anyone had been there. We didn't see the figure again that night or in the days that followed. Mark suggested it might have been someone playing a prank, or maybe just shadows from passing cars combined with our imaginations. But that doesn't explain how Ethan and I saw the same thing, or why he felt compelled to go to it. It's been 6 months now, and nothing like that has happened since. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was all in our heads, some kind of shared hallucination. But then I'll catch Ethan staring out the window with a distant look in his eyes. Or I'll feel a sudden chill when I'm alone in the kitchen, and I know it was real. We never found an explanation. The security camera never captured anything unusual. Charlie never sensed anything wrong. We've talked about moving, but this is our home, and whatever it was hasn't returned. But sometimes, when I'm washing dishes at night, I can't help but glance up at that kitchen window, half expecting to see that tall, thin figure staring back at me. And I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for another chance to call us outside. Story 18. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me that Halloween night 10 years ago. I've never told this story publicly before, but after browsing through similar experiences here, I feel like maybe someone might have seen something similar or can help me understand what I encountered. I was 6 years old, spending Halloween with my cousin's family in Ravenbrook, this small town that's always weirdly foggy, especially in October. My parents had dropped me off earlier that day because they both had to work late, and my aunt had promised them I'd have the full Halloween experience in their suburban neighborhood. The night started normally enough. My aunt helped me into my Spider-Man costume, while my cousin Jake, who was 9, dressed as some video game character I didn't recognize. We went trick-or-treating with a bunch of other neighborhood kids, and I remember being so excited about filling my plastic pumpkin bucket with candy. By around midnight, most of the trick-or-treaters had gone home. Jake had already gone inside to watch horror movies with his friends, which I wasn't allowed to join because I was too little. My aunt and uncle were in the front yard with some neighbors, drinking something from red cups and laughing too loudly at everything. I remember feeling annoyed because my aunt kept pinching my cheek every time I walked past her and telling everyone how adorable I was. I just wanted some space to myself. Jake had left his bike leaning against the garage, and I decided to take it for a ride. I wasn't supposed to, but everyone was distracted. The street was completely empty by this point, so I figured I could just ride down the middle of the road where they could still see me, but where I wouldn't have to deal with the adults. I was probably about 15 yards from the adults when it happened. This incredibly bright light just appeared out of nowhere. It was so sudden and intense that I had to squint. It completely filled my vision, like someone had turned on a spotlight directly in my face. My first thought was that it was a car with its high beams on, so I immediately started turning the bike toward the sidewalk. The weird thing is, I didn't hear any engine noise, no tires on pavement, nothing. When the light faded a few seconds later, there wasn't any car there at all. The street was still empty, except it wasn't. About 20 yards down the road stood something. I still get goosebumps trying to describe it. It was a figure, but not human-sized. This thing was enormous. It had to be as tall as the power poles lining the street, maybe 15 or 20 feet high. The streetlights were dim and flickering, and the fog wasn't helping, but I could make out enough to see that it had an unnaturally skinny frame, like someone had stretched a person vertically. Its arms seemed too long for its body, hanging down past where knees would be. Its skin was this sickly pale color, and the weirdest part was that it seemed partially transparent, like I could almost see through parts of it. I couldn't make out any face from where I was standing, just this vague head shape on top of this impossibly tall, thin body. I immediately thought of Slender Man, which Jake had shown me pictures of earlier that day to scare me, except this thing seemed naked, or at least not wearing any kind of suit. The strangest part about the whole encounter was how I felt. I should have been terrified. I mean, I was looking at some kind of monster, but instead, I just felt confused. It was like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing, so it wasn't sending the right "be afraid" signals. I just stood there, straddling Jake's bike in the middle of the road, trying to make sense of what I was looking at, for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds or so. Neither of us moved. It just stood there and I just stared at it. Then it started walking toward me. The movement was all wrong, stiff and awkward, like its joints weren't bending properly. Each step was slow but covered a lot of distance because of how tall it was. I remember the sound its feet made on the pavement. Not footsteps exactly, more like a soft sliding noise. I still didn't run. I was frozen in place, just watching this thing approach. Then, when it was maybe halfway to me, it suddenly stopped. It turned to its right, our right, making this weird jerky motion like its upper body turned first and then its lower body caught up. Then it started walking that way, leaving the road and moving onto the sidewalk. There was this small path there that led down to a creek that ran through the neighborhood. It was poorly lit and surrounded by trees. The creature took that path and within seconds disappeared into the darkness. One moment it was there, this massive figure shambling away, and the next it was gone. Only then did my body seem to remember how to move. I dropped Jake's bike right there in the road and ran back to my aunt's front yard. My heart was finally racing, and I felt cold all over despite the mild night. When I got back to the adults, they were still laughing and talking, completely oblivious to what had just happened. Did you guys see that?" I asked, my voice shaking. My aunt looked down at me. Her face flushed from whatever she'd been drinking. "See what, sweetie?" I opened my mouth to tell them about the giant creature, but stopped myself. Even at 6, I knew they wouldn't believe me. They'd think I was making it up for attention, or that I'd been scared by Halloween decorations. So instead I said, "I saw a raccoon over there," and pointed vaguely in the direction opposite from where I'd seen the creature. "Oh, they're all over the place this time of year," my uncle said dismissively. "Just stay away from them. They can bite." I nodded and went inside, claiming I was tired. The rest of the night passed normally. I slept on a trundle bed in Jake's room, listening to him and his friends giggling at the horror movies they weren't supposed to be watching. My parents picked me up the next morning, and I never told anyone what I'd seen. For months afterward, I had nightmares about that figure. In my dreams, it would always be walking toward me, never quite reaching me, but getting closer and closer. Sometimes I'd dream that I was looking out my bedroom window at night and would see it standing in our backyard, just staring up at my window. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, afraid to look outside. I tried to rationalize it as I got older. Maybe it was just some Halloween decoration someone was moving, but it was too big, too fluid in its movements. A person on stilts? The proportions were all wrong, and no stilts could have made someone that tall. A shadow from a car's headlights? But there was no car, and shadows don't move independently. The longer I've gone without an explanation, the more the details have stayed vivid in my mind. Most childhood memories fade or get distorted over time, but this one remains crystal clear. The way the light appeared before the creature showed up, the strange sliding sound when it walked, the jerky motion when it turned, the way its skin seemed to let some light pass through it. I've never seen anything like it again, and I've never had any other paranormal experiences. Just this one inexplicable encounter on Halloween night when I was 6 years old. I went back to Ravenbrook a few years ago just to see if being there might trigger some realization. Maybe I'd recognize some Halloween decoration that matched what I saw, or maybe the perspective of the street would reveal how a normal object could have seemed so bizarre to a child. But nothing there explained it. The creek path is still there, though it's better lit now. I walked down it during the day, half expecting to find something, I don't know what, that might explain what I saw. There was nothing unusual. I've spent 10 years trying to convince myself it was just my imagination, some trick of the light, combined with the excitement of Halloween and a 6-year-old's tendency to see monsters in ordinary things. But no matter how I try to explain it away, I know what I saw. That thing was real as the bike I was riding or the road beneath my feet. Sometimes when it's foggy outside, especially around Halloween, I find myself scanning the streets, looking up at the height of the power poles, wondering if I'll see it again. Part of me hopes I never do, but another part wants confirmation that I wasn't just a kid with an overactive imagination, that there really was something tall and strange and impossible standing in that street in Ravenbrook, watching me before it turned and walked away. If anyone else has seen something similar, or if you've heard local legends about Ravenbrook that might explain what I encountered, please let me know. For 10 years I've kept this to myself, but I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, someone else has seen the same thing I did. Story 19. I still can't fully explain what happened during what was supposed to be a relaxing vacation in Hawaii last month. I've tried to make sense of it, tried to convince myself there was some logical explanation, but I can't. Not after what happened to both me and my buddy. I'd been planning this Hawaiian getaway for months. Work had been brutal. 14-hour days at the office, constant deadlines, the whole thing. I needed a break, somewhere beautiful where I could just decompress. I found this condo at the Hilton Turtle Bay Resort on Oahu's North Shore that looked perfect. 2 bedrooms, ocean view, reasonable price for a week-long stay. I booked it immediately. The flight from California was long, but uneventful. I remember feeling this wave of relief when I finally stepped off the plane in Honolulu. The air was different, warm, slightly humid, with that distinct tropical smell that instantly puts you in vacation mode. After picking up my rental car, I made the drive to the North Shore, windows down, just soaking in the scenery. The resort was exactly what I expected. Beautiful grounds, palm trees swaying in the breeze, that perfect blue Hawaiian ocean stretching out to the horizon. Check-in was smooth, and I was excited to see the condo I'd be calling home for the next week. My friend Jake was supposed to join me the next day, so I had the place to myself for the first night. The condo was on the 2nd floor of one of the resort buildings. It was nicer than the pictures online. Spacious living room with a comfortable-looking couch, fully equipped kitchen, sliding glass doors leading to a balcony with an ocean view, and 2 bedrooms. The main bedroom upstairs was large with a king-sized bed and its own bathroom, while the 2nd bedroom downstairs was smaller with a queen bed. After unpacking, I headed straight to the beach. There's nothing like that first day at the beach after months of being stuck in an office. I spent hours just swimming, lying in the sun and walking along the shoreline. By the time the sun started to set, I was exhausted in the best possible way, that pleasant kind of tired you feel after a day in the sun. I grabbed dinner at one of the resort restaurants, had a couple of Mai Tais and headed back to the condo. It was around 10 when I finally decided to call it a night. I'd already decided to take the main bedroom upstairs. It had the better view and the bigger bed. Plus, I figured I'd let Jake have it when he arrived the next day. The room was comfortable, with a ceiling fan spinning lazily overhead. I remember lying in bed, feeling that pleasant exhaustion washing over me, listening to the distant sound of waves crashing on the shore. I was right on the edge of sleep, in that hazy state where you're not quite conscious but not fully asleep either. That's when it happened. "Get the fuck out of my room!" The scream jolted me fully awake. It was a woman's voice, filled with rage, and it sounded like she was standing right next to the bed. I shot upright, heart pounding, adrenaline surging through my body. I fumbled for the lamp on the nightstand and switched it on, fully expecting to see someone standing there. But the room was empty. I got out of bed and checked the bathroom, the closet, even under the bed. Nothing. I went downstairs and checked the entire condo, thinking maybe someone had broken in. All the doors and windows were locked. I was completely alone. My rational mind immediately tried to make sense of what had just happened. I'd heard about hypnagogic hallucinations before, those weird dream-like experiences people sometimes have when falling asleep. That had to be it. I was tired, in an unfamiliar place. Maybe the Mai Tais had something to do with it. I convinced myself it was all in my head and went back upstairs. I got back into bed, turned off the light, and tried to calm my racing heart. It was just my imagination, I told myself. Just a strange hallucination as I was falling asleep. I was almost drifting off again when it happened a second time. I said, "Get the fuck out!" The same woman's voice, the same rage, the same proximity, like she was screaming directly into my ear. This time it was accompanied by a cold sensation that washed over me, as if someone had opened a window in the middle of winter. I've never moved so fast in my life. I was out of that bed and down the stairs in seconds, not even bothering with the light. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. That wasn't a hallucination. It couldn't be. It was too real, too specific. I spent the rest of the night on the couch downstairs with all the lights on. I didn't sleep a wink. I kept thinking I could hear footsteps upstairs, like someone pacing back and forth. At one point, I swear I heard a woman sigh heavily, the sound drifting down the staircase. When the sun finally came up, I felt ridiculous. Ghost stories and hauntings are for kids and horror movies, not real life. In the light of day, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe there was some kind of sound system in the condo I didn't know about. Maybe the walls were thin and I was hearing a neighbor. But I knew deep down that neither explanation made sense. I called the front desk, asking if there had ever been any strange occurrences in the condo. The woman on the phone seemed confused by my question and assured me that there had never been any complaints about the unit. I didn't push it. I didn't want to sound crazy. Jake was supposed to arrive around noon. I spent the morning on the beach trying to shake off the events of the night before. I decided not to tell him about what happened. He'd think I was losing it, and besides, maybe it was just a one-time thing. When Jake arrived, we spent the afternoon catching up and exploring the resort. He was excited about the condo, especially when he saw the main bedroom upstairs. "Dude, you're giving me the master bedroom. That's awesome," he said when I told him he could have it. I shrugged casually. "Yeah, I'm good with the smaller room. The bed downstairs is plenty comfortable." I felt a twinge of guilt for not warning him, but what was I supposed to say? "Hey, by the way, there might be an angry ghost woman in that room who screams at you in the middle of the night. He'd think I was pranking him or just plain nuts." We had dinner at a local seafood place, had a few beers, and headed back to the condo around 9. Jake was tired from his flight and decided to turn in early. I stayed downstairs watching TV, partly because I wasn't tired yet, but mostly because I was anxious about what might happen to Jake upstairs. About 30 minutes later, I heard rapid footsteps coming down the stairs. Jake appeared in the living room, his face pale, his eyes wide. He was wearing just his boxers and a t-shirt, like he'd jumped out of bed in a hurry. "What the fuck, Michael?" he said, his voice shaking. "That's some serious dick move, not warning me." I felt my stomach drop. Warning you about what? Don't play dumb. About whatever fucked up prank you just pulled. The voice, the screaming woman. Was it some kind of recording you set up? Because it's not funny, man. My blood ran cold. "Jake, what exactly did you hear?" He ran a hand through his hair, still visibly shaken. "I was almost asleep when this woman's voice screamed right in my ear, telling me to get the fuck out of her room. It sounded like she was right there, man, right next to the bed." I couldn't speak for a moment. It was exactly what had happened to me, exactly the same experience, down to the words used. "I didn't set anything up," I finally said. "The same thing happened to me last night. That's why I gave you the upstairs bedroom. I thought maybe I was just hallucinating or something." Jake stared at me in disbelief. "You're serious?" I nodded. Dead serious. I heard the exact same thing, a woman screaming at me to get out of her room. It happened twice. We stayed up late that night, trying to make sense of what we'd both experienced. We searched the entire condo again, looking for speakers, recording devices, anything that could explain the voice. We found nothing. "Maybe it's some kind of shared delusion," Jake suggested, but even he didn't seem convinced. Both of us having the exact same hallucination, using the exact same words. "That's statistically impossible," I said. We decided to both sleep downstairs that night. Jake on the couch, me in the downstairs bedroom. Neither of us wanted to go back upstairs. Before we went to sleep, I stood at the bottom of the stairs and spoke out loud, feeling ridiculous but desperate. "We're not leaving the condo," I said firmly. "We paid for this place, and we're staying. But we'll respect your space and stay out of the upstairs bedroom." I don't know if it made any difference, but we both slept undisturbed that night. The next day, we went to the resort's main office and asked if there had ever been any deaths in our condo unit. The manager seemed uncomfortable with the question, but eventually admitted that about 5 years ago, an elderly woman had passed away in the main bedroom of our unit. She had been a long-term resident who had lived there for over a decade. She was quite territorial about her space, the manager added hesitantly. She'd made complaints about previous tenants and cleaning staff being in her room. Jake and I exchanged glances. It seemed we had our answer. For the rest of the week, we both slept downstairs and left the upstairs bedroom untouched. We could sometimes hear footsteps up there, and once I swear I heard that same heavy sigh, but she never screamed at us again. On our last night, I left a note on the bed upstairs. "Thank you for sharing your home with us," it said. "I don't know why I did it. It just felt right somehow. The thing that still gets me, that I still can't explain, is how we both heard the exact same thing. If it had just been me, I could have written it off as imagination or too many Mai Tais. But Jake heard it too, word for word, with no prior knowledge of what had happened to me. I've tried to rationalize it since coming home. Maybe there was some kind of environmental factor in that room, carbon monoxide, infrasound, something like that. But none of those explanations seem to account for the specificity of what we heard. All I know is that something happened in that condo at Turtle Bay, something I can't explain. And to this day, whenever someone asks me about my Hawaiian vacation, I find myself hesitating before I answer. Story 20. I still can't believe what happened to my family last month. I'm typing this with shaking hands because even now, sitting in a completely different house, I feel like something is watching me. It all started when my mom bought this antique jewelry box from a thrift store in Darjeeling. We live in a beautiful area, normally peaceful, with mountains visible from our windows and cool air that feels cleansing. That's why what happened feels so wrong, so out of place. Mom came home excited about her find. It was a wooden box with intricate carvings that looked handmade, little flowers and vines etched all over it, with a small brass lock that surprisingly still worked. The wood had this deep reddish tint that looked almost like it had been stained with something darker than regular varnish. When I first saw it, I actually thought it was beautiful, though something about it made me feel uneasy. Mom placed it on her dresser, seeming really proud of her 20 rupee bargain. Our cat Nando, a usually brave grey tabby who's been with us for 6 years, was the first to notice something was wrong. He walked into my parents' bedroom that evening while Mom was arranging her jewelry in the box. I was standing in the doorway chatting with her when Nando froze about 3 feet from the dresser. His back arched, fur standing straight up, and he made this guttural sound I'd never heard before, not a hiss or a growl, but something in between. Before we could react, he bolted out of the room, shooting past my leg so fast he scratched my ankle. What's gotten into him? Mom laughed, but I felt a chill. Nando didn't come home that night, or the next. We put up posters and searched everywhere, but he's been gone ever since. I should have taken that as a warning. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, feeling like someone was standing in the corner of my room. Around 3 in the morning, I got up for water and passed my parents' room. The door was open, and I saw the jewelry box gleaming in the moonlight coming through the window. Something pulled me toward it. I'm not being dramatic. It genuinely felt like there was a thread connecting me to it. I touched the lid, just a light touch, and it was ice cold despite the warm spring night. I quickly pulled my hand away and went back to bed, finally falling asleep. The dreams started that night. Vivid, terrifying dreams that felt more like memories than nightmares. In the first one, I saw my cousin's motorcycle accident a week before it happened. Every detail was exactly as I'd dreamed it. The blue truck, the rain-slicked road, even the cracked helmet. When it actually happened 7 days later, I nearly passed out when my aunt called with the news, but my experience was nothing compared to what Mom went through. 3 days after bringing the box home, she mentioned at breakfast that she'd had sleep paralysis. She'd never experienced it before and described waking up unable to move, feeling like someone was sitting on her chest. Dad joked about her eating too much dinner, but I noticed the dark circles under her eyes. The next night I woke up to screaming. I ran to my parents' room to find Mom sitting up in bed, clutching her throat and gasping for air. Dad was trying to calm her down, looking terrified himself. She was choking me, Mom kept saying between sobs. An old woman with white eyes. She was sitting on my chest, pressing her thumbs into my throat. Dad assured her it was just a nightmare, but I noticed he kept glancing toward the corner of the room where the jewelry box sat. When I looked there, I swear the lid moved slightly, as if someone had just closed it. The next morning, Mom didn't want to talk about it. She acted like nothing had happened, but I noticed she moved the jewelry box from the dresser to her closet shelf. That afternoon, while Dad was at work, I heard a crash from upstairs. I ran up to find Mom at the bottom of the stairs, clutching her arm in pain. She was pale and shaking. "Someone pushed me," she whispered as I helped her up. I felt hands on my back. I looked up the empty staircase. "Mom, there's nobody here." "I know what I felt," she insisted. I took her to the hospital. Her arm was broken in 2 places. The doctor asked if she'd fallen, and she just nodded, not mentioning being pushed. On the way home, she made me promise not to tell Dad about what she'd felt. "He'll think I'm losing my mind," she said, but Dad was having his own experiences. A few days later, I overheard him telling Mom that he kept seeing someone standing on the balcony adjoining their bedroom. "Just glimpses," he said. "An old woman in a white sari. When I looked directly, she's gone." Mom went pale but didn't tell him about her nightmare. Things escalated quickly after that. Dad started hearing footsteps in the hallway at night when everyone was in bed. Mom would find her jewelry arranged differently than how she'd left it. I'd wake up feeling like someone had touched my face while I slept. One morning at breakfast, Dad jumped suddenly, spilling his tea. "Something touched my shoulder," he said, looking behind him at the empty air. That's when I told them about my dream of my cousin's accident and how it had come true. We all went quiet, looking at each other with the horrible realization that something wasn't right in our home. It's the jewelry box, I finally said. Everything started when you brought it home. Mom nodded slowly. I've been thinking the same thing. Yesterday I found it on my dresser again, even though I'm sure I put it in the closet. Dad, always the rational one, suggested we throw it away. If it's causing this much stress, it's not worth keeping. Mom agreed immediately, which surprised me. She usually treasures her antiques. Dad took the box, put it in a plastic bag, and drove it to a dumpster across town. We had a peaceful dinner that night, laughing for the first time in days. It felt like a weight had been lifted. I went to bed feeling hopeful. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to Mom screaming again. I ran to their room to find her pointing at the dresser, her hand shaking uncontrollably. The jewelry box was back, sitting exactly where it had been the first day. Dad swore he'd thrown it away. He described the dumpster, how he'd made sure to bury it under other garbage so no one would take it. Yet here it was, looking polished and untouched. We all stood staring at it, afraid to get closer. "Let's burn it," I suggested, my voice barely a whisper. Dad nodded. We took it to the backyard, doused it in kerosene, and set it on fire. The flames caught quickly, and for a moment I felt relieved watching it burn. But then the fire turned an unnatural green color, and I swear I heard a woman's laughter coming from inside the box. Dad quickly put out the fire with the garden hose, but the box was barely scorched. The next day, we decided to seek help. Mum's friend recommended a local spiritual healer who dealt with troubled objects. We made an appointment for that evening. But when we went to get the box, it was gone. We searched everywhere, every room, every closet, the attic, the basement. It had vanished completely. We even checked the trash cans and the yard. Nothing. That should have been a relief, but somehow it was worse. Where had it gone? Was it still in the house, hiding somewhere? The thought made my skin crawl. That night I woke up feeling someone sitting on the edge of my bed. When I opened my eyes, there was an indentation in the mattress beside me, but no one there. I lay frozen, too terrified to move, as I felt cold fingers brush my cheek. In my parents' room, Mom woke up to find all her jewelry laid out on the dresser in the shape of a person. Dad found scratches on his back in the shower, 3 long marks that couldn't possibly be self-inflicted. We stayed with relatives for a week after that, hoping whatever it was would fade away without us there. When we returned, things seemed better at first. No strange sightings, no unexplained noises. We started to relax. Then last night I was getting ready for bed when I noticed something glinting under my pillow. My heart nearly stopped when I lifted it to find a small brass key, the same key that had been in the lock of the jewelry box. I'm sitting in a cafe now, too afraid to go home. I don't know what to do. We can't find the box to get rid of it properly. But whatever was attached to it is still in our house, still tormenting us. Mum's talking about moving, but I'm terrified that whatever this is will follow us. The worst part is the dreams haven't stopped. Last night, I dreamed about a fire in our kitchen, with details so vivid I could smell the smoke. I'm afraid to go home and find out if this one comes true too. I don't know what was in that jewelry box or who owned it before, but I know it brought something evil into our lives, something that doesn't want to leave. If anyone has experienced anything similar or knows what we should do, please help. I haven't slept properly in weeks, and every time I close my eyes, I see that old woman with white eyes smiling at me from the foot of my bed. The story. 21. I never believed in ghost stories. Not as a kid, not as a teenager, and definitely not when I started working as a camp counselor at Camp Anokajig in Plymouth, Wisconsin. I was 15, just old enough to work as a junior counselor, and I thought I knew everything. When the older staff members warned me about Thunderbird Cabin 2, I rolled my eyes so hard I probably strained something. It's just camp folklore, I'd say. Every summer camp has a haunted cabin story. The stories about Thunderbird 2 varied depending on who was telling them. Some counselors swore they'd seen faces peering in through the high windows at night. Others claimed to have heard scratching on the walls or the sound of hooves outside. One particularly dramatic kitchen staffer even insisted there was a goat man that lurked around the cabin after midnight. I dismissed it all as bullshit designed to scare the newbies. Then came that night in July, 5 weeks into my first summer as a counselor. I'd been assigned to Thunderbird 2 with another junior counselor named Keegan. We were in charge of the youngest campers, boys between 6 and 8 years old, 24 little kids in total, all experiencing their first time away from home. The cabin itself was nothing special, just a long rectangular wooden structure with bunk beds lining both sides, leaving a narrow walkway down the middle. Small windows were set high on the walls, mostly for ventilation rather than views. The place smelled like a mixture of pine, sweaty socks, and the bug spray we'd coat the kids with every evening. That particular night had been pretty standard. We'd done the evening activities, gotten the kids showered, which was always a nightmare with this age group, like herding excitable, slippery cats, and settled them in for lights out by 9:30. The usual homesickness drama played out with a couple of the younger ones, but by 10:15, everyone was finally quiet. Keegan and I were exhausted, but not quite ready to sleep. As junior counselors, we shared responsibility for these kids, taking turns being on duty throughout the night. This was our 4th night in the cabin, and so far the scariest thing we'd encountered was a massive spider in the bathroom. Around 11, with all the kids sleeping soundly, Keegan and I were sitting on his lower bunk near the back of the cabin. We were sharing his earbuds, watching stupid YouTube videos on his phone to wind down. I remember it was a compilation of people falling off trampolines. Nothing deep. The cabin was peaceful. Moonlight filtered through those high windows, casting long shadows across the floor. The only sounds were the gentle breathing of sleeping children and the occasional creak of the old building settling. I was just starting to think about calling it a night when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of a sleeping bag rustling violently. Not the normal shifting of a sleeping kid, but a frantic, aggressive movement. I pulled out my earbud and looked at Keegan. "You hear that?" He nodded, removing his earbud too. We both peered down the row of bunks, trying to identify which kid was thrashing around. In the dim light, I spotted movement about halfway down the cabin, a small lump in a sleeping bag on a bottom bunk, twisting and turning. The metal frame of the bed was creaking under the movement. My first thought was that the kid was having a seizure. I'd been trained on what to do in that situation, and I immediately stood up, ready to help. But before I could take a single step, another sleeping bag on the opposite side of the cabin began to shake in exactly the same way, and then another, and another. Within seconds, and I mean literally 5 or 6 seconds, every single kid in that cabin was thrashing in their sleeping bags, all 24 of them simultaneously. It wasn't gentle movement either. These kids were flailing, like they were fighting invisible attackers. Their sleeping bags were whipping back and forth. Some of them were arching their backs. Others were trembling so hard their entire bunks were shaking. The sound was what got me the most. The cacophony of 24 sleeping bags rustling violently, 24 bed frames squeaking and groaning, the thumping of small bodies against mattresses, all in perfect unison. It was deafening in that small wooden cabin, like being inside a drum while someone beat on it. I couldn't move. I stood there halfway between Keegan's bunk and the middle of the cabin, completely frozen. I remember looking at Keegan, whose face had gone so white it seemed to glow in the darkness. His mouth was hanging open, and he was gripping the edge of his mattress so hard his knuckles were white. The logical part of my brain was desperately searching for an explanation. Earthquake? No, the cabin itself wasn't shaking. Some kind of group night terror. I'd never heard of that happening. A prank? How could 24 kids between 6 and 8 years old coordinate something this elaborate without giggling or breaking character? And here's the most fucked up part. Not a single kid made a sound. No screaming, no talking, no crying, just the physical thrashing. Their faces... I couldn't see most of their faces clearly in the dim light, but the few I could see looked blank. Their eyes were closed. They looked like they were still asleep. This went on for what felt like forever, but was probably 15 to 20 seconds. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped, all at once, like someone had flipped a switch. The cabin went completely silent again. The kids all settled back into peaceful sleeping positions. Some turned over, some pulled their covers up higher, but within seconds they all appeared to be sleeping normally, as if nothing had happened. Keegan and I remained frozen for what felt like minutes, afraid to move or speak. Finally, I managed to whisper, "What the fuck was that?" He shook his head slowly, eyes still wide with shock. "I don't know, man. I don't know." We both started moving at the same time, checking on the kids closest to us. I gently touched the shoulder of a boy named Ethan, who was sleeping peacefully. He stirred slightly, mumbled something about Minecraft, and rolled over. He seemed completely normal. Every kid we checked was sound asleep, breathing regularly, with no signs of distress. Keegan and I met back at his bunk, both shaking. "Should we wake them up?" he whispered. "And say what?" I replied. "Hey kids, were you just all having synchronized seizures in your sleep?" We debated what to do for a few minutes, speaking in hushed, panicked tones. Neither of us wanted to stay in that cabin another minute, but we couldn't leave the kids alone. Eventually, we decided one of us needed to get the senior counselor from the staff cabin. "I'm not staying here alone," Keegan said immediately. "We can't both leave," I argued. But even as I said it, I knew I didn't want to stay either. In the end, we did something we never should have done. We both left. We practically ran across the campground to the senior staff cabin, convinced the whole time that something was following us through the dark. We burst into the senior cabin, probably scaring the shit out of poor Mark, the 20-something head counselor who'd been asleep. We explained what happened, talking over each other, probably sounding completely unhinged. Mark, to his credit, didn't dismiss us outright. He pulled on shoes and a sweatshirt and walked back to Thunderbird 2 with us, flashlight in hand. The cabin was exactly as we'd left it, quiet, with 24 kids sleeping peacefully. Mark checked on a few of them, shining his light gently across their faces. Nothing seemed amiss. "Maybe it was a weird dream," he suggested, looking genuinely concerned for our mental health. "Or maybe they were all having nightmares because of a scary story someone told earlier." We insisted it was real, that we'd both seen it, that we'd been wide awake watching videos. Mark clearly didn't believe us, but was kind enough not to say so directly. "Look, why don't you guys crash in the empty bunks in Cedar Cabin tonight? I'll stay here with the kids. We can talk about this in the morning." We didn't argue. We grabbed our sleeping bags and practically ran to Cedar Cabin, where we spent the rest of the night whispering theories to each other, jumping at every creak and rustle. The next morning, we asked the kids if they remembered anything unusual from the night before. Not a single one did. We tried being more specific, asking if they remembered having bad dreams or feeling like they couldn't control their bodies. Nothing. They were all happy, energetic, and completely normal. Mark pulled us aside later and gently suggested we'd been watching scary videos and had some kind of shared hallucination. He offered to reassign us to different cabins, but oddly enough, neither of us wanted that. It felt important to stay, to see if it happened again. It never did. We spent 4 more weeks in Thunderbird 2 that summer, and while there were occasional weird noises or shadows that made us jump, nothing like that night ever repeated itself. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened. Carbon monoxide poisoning can cause hallucinations, but it wouldn't affect just the 2 of us while leaving 24 kids unharmed. Mass hysteria doesn't make sense either, since the kids themselves didn't exhibit any signs of panic or awareness. Some kind of seizure condition that affected all of them at once. Medically impossible. The older I get, the more I've tried to convince myself that Keegan and I somehow fell asleep while watching videos and had the same nightmare. But I know we didn't. I remember the weight of my body as I stood there, frozen in fear. I remember the sound of my heart pounding in my ears. I remember the distinct feeling of my fingernails digging into my palms as I clenched my fists. Whatever happened in Thunderbird Cabin 2 that night was real. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or any of that supernatural bullshit, but I also can't explain 24 kids simultaneously thrashing in their sleep and then having no memory of it afterward. I'm 23 now, and I've never gone back to Campanoki Jig. I've lost touch with Keegan over the years, though I sometimes wonder if he still thinks about that night as much as I do. I still don't believe in ghost stories, but sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep, I hear the rustling of sleeping bags and the creaking of metal bed frames in my mind, and I lie awake for hours, wondering what really happened that night in Thunderbird Cabin 2. Story 22. I still can't sleep with the window open, even though it's been 15 years. My therapist says I should write this down, get it out of my system. I've tried telling a few people over the years, but they either think I'm making it up or they get this look, like they're afraid I might be contagious with whatever crazy I caught that day. So here goes. I was 12 when it happened. Every Thanksgiving, my whole extended family would gather at my grandmother's house near Millfield. It was this old two-story place from the 1920s, sitting on about 20 acres with dense forest behind it. My grandmother was really into Native American art, dream catchers hanging in windows, paintings of spirit animals, that sort of thing. The property used to be part of tribal land before it was sold off. You could still find arrowheads if you dug around in the dirt. And there was this collapsed structure deep in the woods that my dad said was probably an old sweat lodge, that Thanksgiving was cold but sunny. After the big meal, all the adults were in that food coma state, so my cousin Jake, who was 13, and I decided to explore the woods. We'd been there a million times before, but never very deep. This time we wanted to go further. "Let's go past the big oak," Jake said, referring to this massive tree about 10 minutes into the woods that usually marked our boundary. I remember clearly how the leaves crunched under our feet as we walked. The air smelled like wet earth and pine. It was around 3 in the afternoon, so we still had plenty of daylight. We had these cheap walkie-talkies my uncle had given us in case we needed to call back to the house. About 15 minutes in, we came to this rock outcropping I'd never seen before. It was like a natural platform overlooking a steep embankment. Jake and I were messing around, throwing pine cones down the slope, when I noticed something. At first, I thought it was just a dead tree. About 30 or 40 feet below us stood this tall, thin figure in what looked like ragged clothes. I remember thinking it was weird that someone would be standing so still in the middle of nowhere. "Jake," I whispered, "look down there." As I pointed, the figure moved slightly, just a small shift of weight from one foot to another. That tiny movement sent this wave of pure dread through my entire body. It wasn't like being scared of a spider or worried about getting in trouble. This was primal. Every cell in my body was screaming, "Danger!" Jake saw it too. His face went completely white. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. That's when it turned and looked up at us. I'll never forget what I saw. It had a body like a person, long, thin limbs covered in what I now realize were not clothes, but patchy, matted fur. But its head was a moose. Not a mask, not a costume, an actual moose head with enormous antlers. The proportions were all wrong. The neck was too long, the shoulders too narrow to support that massive head, but the worst part was its eyes. They weren't animal eyes, they were knowing. Intelligent, hungry. Our eyes locked, and in that moment I understood with absolute certainty that it wanted to eat me. Not kill me, eat me, consume me, take everything that made me myself and absorb it. Jake broke first. He grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises and yanked me away. We ran. God, we ran like I've never run before or since. Branches whipped our faces. We tripped over roots, but we didn't slow down. The worst part, the woods had changed. I knew these forests, had explored them every Thanksgiving since I was 5, but suddenly nothing looked familiar. The trees seemed taller, closer together. The light filtering through the canopy had taken on this greenish tint that made everything look sick. "We're going the wrong way," I shouted to Jake, but he just kept pulling me along. "It's following us," he yelled back. I didn't look behind us. I couldn't. My legs burned. My lungs felt like they were going to explode, but pure adrenaline kept me moving. Then we stumbled into a clearing that I swear hadn't been there before. The air was thick, almost misty, with that same greenish tint. Scattered across the ground were perfect circles of mushrooms, fairy rings my grandmother called them. The silence was absolute. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. Jake finally stopped running, and we both stood there gasping for breath. The clearing felt wrong, like we weren't supposed to be there, but also like it wanted us to stay. My head started feeling fuzzy, and I had this crazy urge to lie down in one of those mushroom circles and just close my eyes. "Do you hear that?" Jake whispered. I didn't hear anything at first, then I caught it, a faint voice calling my name, my mom. She sounded far away, but the sound broke whatever weird spell had come over me. "Mom!" Exclamation mark! I screamed so loud my throat hurt. "Mom!" Exclamation mark! I grabbed the walkie-talkie, but it was dead, just static. Jake and I started yelling at the top of our lungs. Then, like magic, my mom's voice got clearer, and suddenly there she was, pushing through the trees at the edge of the clearing. "What are you boys doing all the way out here?" she asked, looking annoyed. "I've been calling you for 10 minutes. Everyone's looking for you." Jake and I tried to tell her about the creature, talking over each other, our words tumbling out. She gave us that look parents give when they think you're making something up. "You've been watching too many horror movies," she said, leading us back toward the house. "And this clearing has always been here. Your grandfather used to come out here to think." But it hadn't always been there. I know it hadn't. The walk back to the house took less than 5 minutes. That was impossible. We'd been running for at least 15. When we got back, Jake and I tried telling everyone what we'd seen, but they all had the same reaction as my mom. My Uncle Tom even laughed and said, "Sounds like the Wendigo," which made my grandmother shush him sharply. As evening fell, the adults moved inside while all us kids, my cousins Jake and me, played manhunt in the yard. It's like hide and seek, but in the dark with flashlights. My cousin Megan was it, and the rest of us scattered to hide. I was crouched behind a woodpile when I heard the first scream. Not a playing around scream, a real one. Then another, and another. I peeked out to see my cousin Pete frozen near the edge of the woods, Megan's flashlight beam pointed just behind him. There, towering above the bushes where Pete had been hiding, was the same figure from earlier. The moose head, the ragged body, those eyes reflecting the flashlight beam like a deer caught in headlights. For a second, nobody moved. Then Pete bolted toward the house, and everyone else followed, screaming. I couldn't move. I just stared as the creature slowly turned its massive head toward me. It took one step forward, its long arm reaching out toward the yard. My dad's voice broke the spell. He was on the back porch, yelling for us to get inside now. I ran like hell, not looking back until I was through the door. The adults searched the property with flashlights but found nothing. They said it must have been a deer, or maybe a bear standing on its hind legs. They told us our imaginations had gotten the best of us, but 7 kids saw the same thing. 7 kids refused to go outside again that weekend. We left early the next morning. On the drive home, I asked my mom about the Wendigo my uncle had mentioned. She got real quiet, then said it was just an old Native American legend, nothing to worry about. I looked it up later at the library. A Wendigo is a malevolent spirit in Algonquian folklore, a human transformed by greed and hunger into a monster condemned to wander the forests, hunting human flesh. Some descriptions mentioned antlers or animal features. That was 15 years ago. My grandmother sold that house a year later and moved to Florida. Nobody in my family talks about what happened. I've tried bringing it up with my cousins, but they shut down the conversation immediately. Jake, who saw it first with me, refuses to even acknowledge it happened. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I can still feel those eyes on me, still feel that certainty that it wanted to consume me, not just my body, but everything, my thoughts, my memories, my soul. I don't go camping anymore, I don't hike, I don't enter wooded areas if I can help it. And every Thanksgiving, I make sure I'm in a city surrounded by concrete and streetlights and people, because I know what's waiting in those deep, quiet places where the trees grow thick and fairy rings form in clearings that weren't there before, and I know it remembers me too. Story 23. I've been hesitating to write this down for weeks now. Part of me is afraid that putting it into words will make it stop happening, while another part desperately hopes that someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. I'm a 33-year-old programmer living in Willow Creek, one of those small towns where nothing ever happens, or at least that's what I thought until about 3 months ago. It started on an ordinary Tuesday evening in late October. I was taking Luna, my golden retriever, for our usual evening walk. We have this route we always take, down Maple Street, past the old library, through Jefferson Park, and back home via Elm Road. Nothing special. I've walked these streets thousands of times in the 7 years I've lived here. That evening had this perfect fall crispness to it. You know that smell, when the leaves are just starting to turn, and there's a hint of wood smoke in the air. Luna was doing her usual thing, sniffing every inch of the sidewalk like it contained hidden messages only she could decode. We were passing Mrs. Halley's house when it happened for the first time. 1 second I was just walking, the next I was somewhere else, except it wasn't somewhere else. It was right there, but different, more real. It's so hard to explain. It was like I'd been watching a low-resolution video my whole life, and suddenly everything switched to Ultra HD. The colors were deeper. I could see each individual leaf on the maple trees with perfect clarity. The air felt different against my skin, more present somehow. It lasted maybe 2 seconds. Then, like someone had flipped a switch, everything snapped back to normal. Luna was looking up at me like, "What's wrong with you, human?" I'd apparently stopped walking mid-step. I felt dizzy, disoriented, but more than anything, I felt this overwhelming sense of loss, like I'd been yanked away from somewhere I belonged. I brushed it off as a weird brain hiccup, maybe low blood sugar or something. I finished the walk, went home and tried to forget about it, but then it happened again 3 days later. Same walk, different spot, this time near the fountain in Jefferson Park. The strange thing was, I'd been smelling cinnamon from the bakery across the street right before it hit. Again, this feeling of super reality washed over me. This time, it lasted maybe 4 seconds, long enough for me to look around and notice that the park looked both familiar and completely different. The trees were the same, but there were flowers I'd never seen before. The fountain was bigger, more intricate. And again, when it ended, I was left with this crushing sense of homesickness, like I'd glimpsed home and then been exiled from it. After the 5th episode, I started keeping detailed notes. I'm a programmer. Tracking patterns is what I do. I noticed they always happened during my walks with Luna, always outdoors, always triggered by a specific combination of location and smell. The cinnamon near the park, wood, smoke near the creek, fresh bread by the school. It was like certain smells in certain places were keys unlocking something in my brain. and the episodes were getting longer. By the end of November, they were lasting close to 10 seconds, long enough for me to really look around, to try to interact with this heightened reality. I could touch things, they felt solid, but with this added dimension of sensation I can't really describe. Once, I touched the bark of an oak tree during an episode, and I swear I could feel the tree's life, its slow, patient existence. The weirdest part, as soon as I returned to normal reality, the specific details would fade. I'd remember having the experience, remember the emotions, but the exact visuals would slip away like a dream. All I'd be left with was this certainty that I'd experienced something profound, and this feeling that normal reality was somehow less, like comparing a PlayStation 1 game to actual life. By December, I was having 2 or 3 episodes a week. Each time, the sense of belonging was stronger. During normal life, I started feeling increasingly disconnected. Colors seemed duller. Food tasted bland. It was like my brain had seen what reality was supposed to be like, and now everything else was just a poor imitation. I went to my doctor about it. He ran some tests, found nothing physically wrong, and referred me to a neurologist. The neurologist did an EEG, an MRI. Everything came back normal. No signs of seizures, no tumor, no nothing. She suggested I see a psychiatrist, raising possibilities like dissociative episodes or brief psychotic disorder. The psychiatrist was a kind woman in her 50s named Dr. Chen. She listened carefully as I described what was happening, then surprised me by saying she didn't think this was a mental health issue at all. She'd treated people with dissociative disorders, she said, and what I was describing didn't match the pattern. People experiencing psychosis typically don't have the kind of self-awareness and analytical approach to their experiences that I was showing. Sometimes, she told me, the human mind encounters experiences that our current scientific understanding simply can't explain. That was both comforting and terrifying. Meanwhile, the episodes continued. I started looking forward to them, planning my walks to hit all the trigger spots. Luna seemed to sense something was happening. During episodes, she'd sit perfectly still, watching me intently. Once, during a particularly long episode near the old oak in Jefferson Park, I swear she saw what I was seeing. Her head moved to follow something that wasn't there in normal reality. The longest episode happened just last week. It lasted nearly 20 seconds, long enough for me to walk several steps in this other reality. I was near the creek behind the library. The smell of wood smoke from someone's chimney triggered it. The creek transformed from a narrow, somewhat polluted stream to a vibrant, clear river. The bare winter trees bloomed with leaves and flowers I've never seen before. The sky was different. Still blue, but with a depth that made our normal sky look like a cheap painted backdrop. I walked toward the water. In this heightened reality, I could see every pebble at the bottom of the creek, every ripple in perfect detail. Then I noticed something that hadn't happened before. There were people, not clear, distinct figures, but shapes that suggested human presence, moving in ways that seemed both normal and strangely deliberate, like a dance or ritual I almost recognized. For the first time I heard sounds, not with my ears, but somehow directly in my mind. A humming that wasn't quite music, but had the same effect. It made me feel loved, profoundly, unconditionally loved, like I belonged there in a way I've never belonged anywhere. When I snapped back to normal reality, I was on my knees in the mud, tears streaming down my face. Luna was licking my hand, whining softly. The sense of loss was crushing. I sat there for maybe 15 minutes, unable to move, just trying to hold on to the fading memory of that feeling of belonging. I've started questioning everything. What if what I'm experiencing isn't some brain malfunction, but glimpses of something real? What if our everyday reality is the lesser one? I've gone down so many rabbit holes. Quantum physics theories about parallel dimensions, simulation theory, philosophical debates about the nature of consciousness. Sometimes I wonder if I'm somehow remembering a place I've never been. Other times I think maybe everyone has access to this heightened reality, but most people's brains filter it out because it's too overwhelming. Maybe what's happening is not that I'm seeing something extra, but that a filter in my brain is temporarily failing. The episodes are now happening almost daily. Regular life feels increasingly flat, like watching a black and white TV after experiencing IMAX in full color. I'm functioning, still doing my job, taking care of Luna, maintaining the appearance of normalcy. But inside, I'm consumed by this. I catch myself just going through the motions during regular life, waiting for the next episode. Last night I had a terrifying thought. What if one day I don't come back? What if I stay in that heightened reality? Part of me finds that idea appealing, but then I think about Luna, about my parents and my friends. Would I just disappear from their lives? Would my body remain here, an empty shell? I'm writing this after having an episode just an hour ago. It was the most intense yet. I was walking past the town square where they've put up holiday decorations. The smell of pine from the Christmas tree triggered it. 25 seconds this time. The square transformed into something I can barely describe. The buildings the same, but different, made of materials that seemed to pulse with life. The Christmas tree became something else entirely. Still tree-shaped, but with branches that moved slightly even though there was no wind. And instead of ornaments, it had these small points of light that seemed to be alive. For the first time, one of the human-like figures noticed me. It turned toward me. I couldn't see a face, just a suggestion of features, and reached out. I reached back, our fingertips almost touching. I felt a surge of recognition so powerful, it was almost painful, like reuniting with someone you love deeply after being separated for years. And then it was gone. I was standing in the regular town square, hand outstretched toward nothing, while a couple of teenagers gave me strange looks. Luna was pulling on her leash, ready to continue our walk. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know if these episodes are a gift or a warning, or something else entirely. All I know is that they're getting stronger, longer, and more frequent. And each time I return to this reality, it feels less and less real. Story 24. I never believed in ghosts, not really. Sure, I'd get creeped out watching horror movies like anyone else, but I always chalked it up to an overactive imagination. That changed last year in my house in Oak Ridge. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. It started small, so small I barely noticed at first. A missing earring here, a misplaced book there. Nothing worth mentioning to anyone. I'd just assume I was being forgetful or messy. I've lived in this house for almost 4 years now. It was my grandmother's before she passed away and left it to my dad. It's an older place, 2 stories with an attic. Nothing special, but it's home. Or it was. About 8 months ago, things started getting weird. I was looking for my favorite black sweater, the soft one I wear all the time, and couldn't find it anywhere. I tore apart my closet, checked the laundry, even looked under my bed. Nothing. Then 3 days later, it showed up folded neatly in my dresser drawer. I know that sweater wasn't there before. I'd checked that drawer twice. A week later, my underwear started disappearing. Not just 1 pair, 5 or 6 pairs over the course of a month. I live alone except for my dog, Jasper, so there was no one else to blame. And sure, maybe a sock can get lost in the laundry, but half my underwear drawer, no way. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was sleepwalking, but I've never done that before. Maybe I was just stressed from work and not paying attention to where I put things. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. Then, my dad's friend Mike came over to help me fix a leaky pipe in the bathroom. He's this big, tough construction worker type. Not the kind of guy who gets spooked easily. As we were finishing up, he got really quiet and asked, "How long have you had a ghost?" I laughed it off, But he wasn't joking. He said he could feel someone watching him the whole time he was in the bathroom, said it was definitely a man, and he felt angry. I brushed it off as Mike being weird, but a chill ran down my spine all the same. 2 weeks later, another friend of my dad's came by to drop off some tools. He wouldn't even come inside, just stood at the door and said, "You got a man in this house, Riley. I can feel him." He hadn't talked to Mike. They barely know each other. That's when I started to get really freaked out. Around that same time, my childhood nightmares came back. I used to have this recurring dream when I was little. I'm hiding in my closet, and something's trying to get in. I can see shadows moving under the door, hear breathing on the other side. I'd wake up screaming almost every night when I was 7 or 8, but they eventually stopped. Now they were back, but worse. In these dreams, the thing would get into the closet with me, though I could never see its face. I'd just feel hands grabbing at me in the dark. I started waking up exhausted every morning, like I hadn't slept at all. And the bruises, God, the bruises. Small ones at first on my arms. I thought maybe I was bumping into things without realizing it. But they kept appearing. On my legs, my back, my shoulders, not just 1 or 2, but 10 or more at a time. As old ones would fade, new ones would show up. Perfect fingerprint-sized marks like someone had grabbed me. Hard. My friend Taylor came over one evening to watch movies. She's always been into spiritual stuff, crystals, tarot cards, that kind of thing. The moment she walked in, her face went pale. She stopped in the middle of my living room and wouldn't go any further. "There's something here, Riley," she whispered. "Something really dark. I can feel it everywhere." I tried to laugh it off, but my voice shook. "It's probably just my collection," I said, pointing to my antique dolls displayed on a shelf in the corner. "I've collected them since I was a teenager. They're creepy looking, I'll admit, but I've always loved them." Taylor shook her head. "It's not the dolls. I've been around those for years. This is different. It's a presence, a man." She looked up toward the ceiling. "He's watching us right now." We didn't finish the movie. Taylor left after 30 minutes, promising to bring me some protective crystals. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I woke up to a crash from the bathroom. My mirror had somehow fallen off the wall and shattered across the floor. The screws were still in the wall, still perfectly straight. The mounting brackets on the back of the mirror were intact. It was physically impossible for it to have just fallen. That same day, the blade flew off my ceiling fan, just detached, and shot across the room, embedding itself in my wall. The fan was barely running, on the lowest setting, and has never had problems before. There's no way that should have happened. I started noticing scratches appearing on my walls. Not like animal scratches. These were deliberate, straight lines, sometimes crossing each other. They'd appear overnight in places I know were unmarked the day before. My dog Jasper started acting strange too. He's usually the most laid-back golden retriever you'd ever meet, but he began refusing to go upstairs. He'd stand at the bottom of the staircase, hackles raised, growling at nothing. Sometimes he'd bark frantically at empty corners of rooms or wake up in the middle of the night, staring intently at my bedroom door. I considered the possibility of a break-in. Maybe someone had a key, but Jasper would go ballistic if a stranger entered the house, and I'm such a light sleeper that I definitely hear someone moving around. Plus, nothing valuable was ever taken, just my personal things moved or missing. Who breaks in just to rearrange someone's stuff? I remembered the attic ladder had broken months earlier. It's one of those pull-down types, but the spring mechanism failed, so it never fully closes anymore. There's always a small gap where it meets the ceiling. I started wondering if something was coming from up there. One night about 3 months ago, things escalated. I woke up around 3 in the morning to Jasper growling beside my bed. The room was freezing cold, even though it was summer and my AC wasn't even running. I could see my breath. As I sat up, my bedroom door slowly swung shut, not like it was pushed by a draft. It moved deliberately, like someone was carefully closing it. Then the footsteps started. Heavy, slow steps crossing back and forth above my ceiling. Back and forth, back and forth. The attic floor. I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. Jasper was going crazy now, barking and jumping at the ceiling. The footsteps stopped directly above my bed, and then there was a loud thump, like something heavy had dropped onto the floor. I finally found the courage to move. I grabbed my phone to call my dad, but it was dead. It had been charging all night and was at full battery when I went to bed. I tried the lamp next to my bed. Nothing. Power was out. In the darkness, I heard the attic ladder creaking, that distinct sound of wood under weight. Something was coming down. I grabbed Jasper's collar and ran. We made it to my car and I drove straight to my dad's house. I slept on his couch for a week. When I finally worked up the courage to go back home, I brought my dad with me. We checked the entire house, including the attic. Nothing seemed out of place. No signs of an intruder. No evidence anyone had been there. My dad suggested it was just the house settling or maybe raccoons in the attic. I wanted to believe him. For a few weeks, things were quiet. I started to think maybe it had all been in my head. Stress, lack of sleep, an overactive imagination. Then I found a pile of my missing clothes tucked into the far corner of the attic, neatly folded. My underwear, my sweater, everything that had disappeared. I hadn't been up there in months. There was no way I put those items there. That night, I heard humming, a low, masculine humming coming from inside my closet. When I opened the door, it stopped. Nothing was there, but the air felt thick, hard to breathe. I learned more about the house's history from a neighbor. The elderly woman who died here, my grandmother, apparently had a son who went missing in the 1970s. No one knew what happened to him. He was just gone one day. The police suspected he'd run off, but his mother always insisted something terrible had happened. She became a recluse after that, rarely leaving the house, constantly claiming she could hear her son in the attic. Everyone thought she was crazy with grief. Now I'm not so sure. Last month, I woke up to find handprints on my bathroom mirror, large, masculine handprints that were definitely not mine. When I got out of the shower, words were written in the fog on the mirror. Still here. I took photos, but they didn't show up in the pictures. Just a normal, clear mirror. I've had 3 different people now independently tell me there's a male presence in my house. People who don't know each other, who've never discussed it. They all feel it. They all sense his anger. The bruises are getting worse. Last week I woke up with what looked like handprints around my wrists and ankles, like I'd been held down. I'm afraid to sleep in my own bed. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm writing this because I need someone to believe me. Something is in my house. Something that doesn't want me here, or maybe wants me too much. I've thought about moving, but I can't afford it right now. Last night was the worst yet. I heard the attic ladder creak open around 2 in the morning. Heavy footsteps crossed the hall, directly to my bedroom door. My doorknob turned slowly, but I'd locked it. Then there was breathing, deep, raspy breathing just outside my door. I lay perfectly still, terrified to move. Jasper was whimpering under my bed. The breathing continued for what felt like hours. Then a voice, rough, barely a whisper, said my name through the door. Riley. No one else was in the house. No one else could have been there. I don't know how much longer I can stay here, but I'm starting to wonder if whatever is in this house would follow me even if I left.